Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Go live button, done. And I made sure to click the auto start this time. It should be working. Is it working? Let's check. Yes.
I'm not
Yes, it
working.
is. I'm
No,
on
it's
the
not.
big screen now. Alright. Alright. Hello, everybody who's here right now. Welcome to the pre-show. The show and all of its content today, as we will be getting through, will officially start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. However, this is a necessary pre-show because
Oh, is it?
yes, it is, and it's part of your fault.
Wow.
So
It's my fault, is it?
it's everybody's fault, including mine,
Good.
except the guests. The guests are innocent; they had nothing to do with this. So, as people
I was
have,
the one that brought up Aquisha. That was Aiden Paladin.
so as people who have been tuning in to the Versus chat here may be aware, we have been doing streams that are basically the community streams from my Discord and my stream on YouTube and Twitch and every other platform I have an account on to be able to come together and hang out with each other. And then we invite people from outside of my audience to bring their audiences as well. And we all join together like a group watch and, more importantly, a group roast to have, as I phrased counterpoints, the same half-half equivalent of a roast session and a while and out session, where we make jokes and we talk and react to the content that I have presented. Now, that has been going mostly well for the majority part. However, 5 whole hours on the first stream and 3 whole hours on the second stream
That wasn't my fault.
were
Carl.
not dedicated to the main topic of the content. Now, much like how this pre-show and those pre-shows are about things other than the topic,
Oh, I feel
today's
like-
pre-show is going to be about the ground rules moving forward, because they are necessary. I don't want it to be a shock or surprise to anybody who's never seen the show before. More than likely, like EFAP, I will have to temporarily stop at any point in time in the future and let new people know why we're talking about what we're talking about. But let me lay the ground rules now so that you can understand. I hope everybody's on the same page. Hi, J45. How you doing? And everybody will now know what we're here for. All right? All right. So, let me give you a backstory. When I first came up with the idea for this, much like how I come up with the idea for anything, I was shitposting on an extremely high level. The first thing that I thought of for my audience, for my Twitch audience specifically, because usually the Twitch audience and the YouTube audience and the Discord audience are the same people. I would be able to have this with them on Twitch in the form of what was called Multiplayer Wednesday, or just Multiplayer Hump Day. A time for everybody to come together and play video games with each other so that they could be able to talk to each other while we have fun playing video games. The first and the biggest problem that then led to the defunct state of that being replaced with Versus Chat is that we don't all play the same games. I'm sorry to say, I have a list on the in backlog that I'll use in the future if we want to do party games again, but it's not going to be the main form of content. And the reason why is that everybody gets busy. That's really the basic answer. If I was to make it a 2-part answer, everybody gets busy, and we don't all have the ability to play the same game because the games that we have aren't all the same shit, right? So outlying things like League of Legends or Smite or whatever run-of-the-mill Battle Royale or MOBA that somebody can come up with, or some party game that can be enjoyed by an audience of people that's not like a Jackbox party game. The majority of games that most people play, not everybody has the ability to have the buy-in to afford playing. Alright? It sucks. It's unfair. It was a good try, but it don't work. It don't work, and I'm not paying that money, and no one else wants to pay that money. So the cop-up to that was the next innovation, which was the Cringe Watch. As you see there, in the bottom right corner, there is a bar. That is the sub-bar that is on Twitch. That bar exists for whatever we are raising for, because realistically, if you want to be serious, all of this is for growth, for all of the channels. But that's not, like, the main point. That's a side effect, not the main point. But this came about because of Cringe Watches. For a certain amount of channel points, you can, on the spot, request a reaction to something. It could be to anything that you want me to specifically watch and have a reaction to or for. But it usually gets used for people who want me to react to a take, or to a opinion video, or to a essay, whether it be in video format or text, or to a thread, or to some kind of internet occurrence or event, to get people to know what it is that I think about the thing. For example, I haven't posted it, but in a couple of days, I will be posting a take that was from one of my followers who made a video and that we watched on my channel. That was about blackwashing and Blacktober. I try to edit these things down so that we get to the content of what's in them, and we watch. And that was by request from inside of the Discord. Sometimes we do shit with requests that people have towards, like, game announcements and events. Somebody requested something for Street Fighter 6, and I watched it on stream while I was in the middle of playing Path of Exile, one of the many games that I play on my channel. And that was a whole thing. Ton fun of memes were had. If I can find where it is in here. Hold on. Here, right here. Watch the show of the stream. It was great. It was wonderful. Tons of things being here that could be had. Let's put up the screen. Wait, put up here on the screen because this is in the way. Like right here, there, right there. And it was fun. It was great. It was wonderful. Everybody enjoyed it, and I like doing those things. Now, what ended up coming into my mind to create Versus Chat is that sometimes there are some topics that are so interesting, that are so divisive, that are so controversial, and more importantly, are happening instantaneously in that week, that usually, when I would be discussing things like this, would be on my podcast, Fried Chicanery, which is hosted by myself and my other host, Charza Kitsune, who's here in the chat. Say hi, Charza.
Hello.
Now, we're working...
Make me a sandwich, Carl. Make me a sandwich.
No, you make me a sandwich. You're white, you have money. It's time for reparations! Feed me!
Money? Carl, you have more than I could ever hope.
No, I don't.
$600.
No, I don't.
Do you have more than $600 to your name?
Right now? Fuck no.
Okay. Yeah, you are.
I have $5.30 to my name as of this moment. That's not being put towards something like my house. But we are currently working on Season 2, where we're going to be bringing in a new host, and we are working out the kinks on that. But usually, this kind of news, or these kinds of topics that we would discuss, we'd be discussing on the podcast, which is the Fried Chicanery podcast. It's on one of my side channels. You can find the links to it in the description bar below on this, or in the pinned section inside of my banner on my main YouTube page. But since we are not able to do the podcast right now, and I still want to be able to talk about these things, but I want to also be able to give people outside and inside of my audience the ability to be heard and to watch shit for their opinions, I figured, why not do a weekly recap show about whatever topic it is that we want to discuss, that somebody requests, that I bring up, or that somebody has an idea about, or somebody that I want to be able to talk to has an expertise in it, so that we can have the experts, have a panel, and at the same time, the audience is able to roast the shit along with us. Ergo, in that moment, Versus Chat was born. Because it's me and the hosts and the chat versus the shit we're watching. For the last 2 streams, it has been, now 3 streams will be going on, of reacting to a giant thread. Shush. Dictator Carl's in effect now. It will be now 3 streams that it has taken us to get through the majority of Roe vs. Wade material that I have found on TikTok. And there's a lot of fucking crazy takes in here. And the nature of people never having the ability to, 1, interact with the people who I've been bringing on as guests, 2, to be able to actually hear and see and talk and socialize with other members of my audience, because they always are watching at different times of day and night, because I will stream sometimes concurrently at the same time, and sometimes I will have a late night grind session and playing a video game. And the rambunctiousness of some key members of chat having what we're going to be describing as autismo machimo, where they will get. It's not that they're upset, and it's not that they're happy back in the show. It's just that they both have autism, and they all have autism. We all have autism of some kind of form, even if we're not medically diagnosed. It's the fact that we're on the stream, and we just be talking. And there will be some people, some of you, the nicer of you, they'll be like, "This is funny and such, but I got somewhere to be. Can we get to the content?" And some of the more rude people, whose comments have been spicy, who have said such things as, "Hey yo, why am I learning about Proto-Germanic history content, bro? I came here to laugh at crazy people on the internet." And I hear you. I've always heard you. I hear you. I see you. We recognize you. You are appreciated, with the exception of you that were being mean and rude and outright degenerate. You know who you are. Stop it. This is your mea culpa. Stop it. And to try to get through things moving forward, we are now going to be going through the Carl Manifesto for Versus Chat. Alright? So, rule number 1. This is rule, hard stuck, it will not change.
Do not talk about Fight Club.
No. That's rule 0. Rule number 1.
Don't talk about B.
Charizard, I will reach this computer screen and I will have your soul.
I'm sorry, it was worth it.
When the show starts, the side combos stop. Yep, smaller. Smaller text. Smaller text. Gotta make sure it fits on the page. And the reason why we have to have this rule is that the pre-show is where we can have fun side conversations. However, main content is a performance. Okay? It's a performance. And the reason why this rule has to exist is that the worry that I have and the concern that I have expressed to my guests and that I've been able to express to a couple of people here that are members of the Discord, the most prolific ones that have been here for every single stream so far and will more than likely be here for every single stream. They are personalities that interact with each other. They will see each other, they'll talk about shit, and they'll want to talk about what they know. And everybody wants to get their licks in, okay? And everybody is more than welcome to get their licks in. But the problem that we'll have is that I can't expect that my guests are willing to go for as long as I can. I have free time. I got time, baby, but they don't. Their time, for as much as they can make for us, is precious. And has to be respected. I cannot just force them to do things because they have other obligations, both life obligations and their own content obligations. The fact that they chose to come here is a blessing in and of itself, but we cannot look a gift horse in the mouth and to make demands of them that they are not comfortable with, especially when these things have been discussed ahead of time. There's things that y'all don't see that I cannot show you because that would not be professional. Never mind you that some people might have seen them. That's beside the fact. Try to be professional here. It's a comedy show. I know we say this all the time on every other show, but it's a comedy show. And at the end of the day, these things that we want to do, these interjections that are funny, I have to control for them. So, as you notice, there are sides of the screen here. Both here, on the bottom of the screen, this is the inside voice general chat. Left hand, turn, thank you. Inside, thank you, Awkward 101. The inside of the Discord. This is the inside of the Discord that is talking here. Then, to my immediate right, this is my left, you have the YouTube chat. Now, I, at some point in the future, want to be able to make use of Restream.io to connect all the chats together, but the problem is that, one, they want me to pay extra money for that, and motherfucker, I ain't got the cash for that shit. No. I I can use that for the other channel, for our Twitch Restream Hub, but I cannot use that for the main channel. So it is just going to be these two chats. If there is something that someone wants to be able to discuss and bring up that they want someone to really get into, a really juicy bit of detailed information, I am looking. You're not being ignored. We are seeing you. Before, the chats were moving at a somewhat decent pace, but sometimes some people were talking over other people, both in the call, in the chats of both sides, and then with multiple conversation threads going on at the same time. Not everybody was being heard, not everybody wanted to get the point out, not everybody was being addressed, which led to other people having to constantly interject at any moment. Which leads to rule number 2. And this is my biggest rule. Honestly, it's like rule 1A, rule 1B, but I'll make it 2. Make it funny. And on topic. Everybody's a comedian. Trust me. All of you are funny in ways that you don't realize. The way that you choose to break down a subject, the way that you cut into the details, the way that you explain it, or just the funny little voices you make when you're doing it. All this shit is uniquely yourselves. Nobody can do the comedy like you. But at the end of the day, comedic timing. Sometimes, if you want to talk about something, like, say, politics, you want to make things relate back to something, you gotta find a way to bring it back together. Like, for example, did you know that the bad quality of the season of Star Trek Voyager led to the election of Barack Obama because of Jerry Ryan's husband failing out because of their divorce, leading to Barack Obama becoming the governor of that position? Or was it... I forget exactly what the political position is, but you see the point I'm making. If we want to go on a tangent about something like that, yeah, it's actually a very interesting piece of detailed information. But if somebody were to bring something like that up, and they wanted it to tie into something like being able to have pro-choice, they would have to find a way to make it funny. I don't know how you'd make that funny. It's just an example. But you can find ways to make it funny. If you're gonna have an interjection, gotta make it funny. Pace. It's like energy. It's a big beach ball. We're at a concert, an event. We're pushing it up, trying to push it and juggle it between ourselves. You don't want to drop it, because then that's just dead air. Dead air not fun. Dead air no cool. And at the same time, there could be a stellar worldview, some great opinion that we could be able to try to have, some really great based joke that everybody would react to and love, and it gets aborted. It gets aborted, like these children that these people have been aborting. Because somebody just, they didn't get a joke in from earlier, so now they gotta get the joke in now, so it's before it's forgotten. So you just gotta make it funny. Just make it funny. Y'all can do it. It's good. It's nice. And rule number 3. If, and this is if, we have time for bonus meme. Then you all may troll / have fun. This is a bit like the
hey, Carl,
what?
Carl, check out the voice.
I'm looking. I can see it. I can see.
Thank you.
If we have time for bonus meme, we can all be able to troll, interject, and cut the fuck up and have fun. Because once we get through the content, it's a bit like you needing to eat your peas before you can have a nice piece of Wagyu sirloin beef. We have to get through the content. And the reason why we have to get through the content is that, particularly for these streams, I have a particular piece of bonus meme content that I wanted everybody to be able to watch, that I've never been able to have time to address on my channel. And that content, both this content here, but then the bonus meme content as well, is going to be used for the 1,000 subscriber special when I hit 1,000 subs in the channel. So if you're not already subbed to the channel, support now. Make sure that you can say, I was there. So that when it comes up in the video, you can be able to look in the chat and say, there I am, there I am, there I am. Everybody wants to be able to get to that, but we can't get there because we can't get shoot through shit. So please hold whatever shit you want to drop on me that would distract from what we're doing until the end of content. And then in bonus meme, we can be able to cut the fuck up. What?
What about the pre-show, which we're in right now?
Well, when we're not having to talk about things like this, that would be when you would do that. So basically, the pre-show is where everybody gets to be able to settle into your seats and be able to get a feel for the room. Much like any comedian at a comedy club. Basically, think of it like that. We are at a comedy club. And we are watching the television. And we are watching that television just like in the thumbnail. We are watching that television and seeing this delusion and absolute brain damage play out in front of us. And until we're through that performance that is being had by all of us here, to be able to have a good show, we try to hold in whatever it is we want to have to hold in until once we get through. Then once we get through the content, all bets are off. You're unchained, unlinked, no longer tamed by me, the dictator that must now rule the chat to make sure shit gets done.
Dictator?
No. Cum-tator. Cummy-taters. With extra butter.
You're eating a cum-tator.
Yes.
Like you're commentating, but you're commentating on cum. Commentator. Commentator. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, those are really the only 3 rules I have. And the reason I have to bring up 3 and make 3 a sticking point is that I was worried and concerned that I would never be able to finish this thread. Because there's a lot of cringe in here. And the amount of things that people could be able to talk about, I don't feel that it's fair to both the time of the audience, the time of my guests, and even the time of the people who are in the chat who are contributing to the Autismo Motivo, that it takes us 30 minutes to be able to talk about a 5-minute clip or a 2-minute 20-second clip. I don't feel that that's fair. No,
they're shorter than that, aren't they?
No, not all of them. The majority of the clip length that you can have on Twitter, which is where the thread is linked, is up to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But if I was to find one that's longer than that, because you can actually upload TikToks that are as long as 10 minutes.
Weird.
If we were to find something that's as long as that, being able to stop and start and conversate and talk about shit and have an EFAP moment, that's enough of a problem as is. If it gets to the point where we can't even get through what we're doing because we can't get through the shit we're doing, that's when the shit starts piling on. That's when it becomes a problem. And I just want to make sure we nip that in the bud now and define this here in this stream. I will even probably make a cut of this and then highlight of this and put this up for other people to find, because there will actually be a document like this later for people to refer to so that they actually know the ground rules. So everybody understand? Everybody's clear about what we're doing. Everybody feels that they are seen and heard and have had their opinions addressed. Hello, Ebony. Does everybody feel that we are on the same page?
What if I say no?
Then I will run to your house and I will jack you up.
I'll get my car. Because I need to get my
You think you can hide from me?
No,
You think you can run?
Carl, you said you could jack me up, and I'm like, sweet, I can get my donut on.
Yes! And then I'll fight you.
Sounds about right, yeah.
You can't hide from Carl. Carl's an inevitable.
And I am Iron Man. Anyway, Fizz is here. Hi, how you doing, Piper?
Pipey, hi!
Hey, my bad. I clicked the link and went straight in here.
Yes. I set it up like that.
Oh, that freaked me out. Like the second I clicked it, I hear you, and I'm like, whoa!
Horrible.
Happy rolls!
And Sint Carl.
Yep.
Just add link.
Right, so, no trolling. Does everybody understand my concerns? Does everybody understand the ground rules?
Yes,
No.
I understand, Coach Coyle.
Okay.
Oil.
Groovy. Now,
Groovy.
presenting to you are one of our first guests, Adventure of Piper. She is a comic book artist. I want to be exact with your titles. Tell everybody what you do, Piper.
All of the things. All of them.
Colorist, inkist.
No, okay. Maybe not all of the things. Mainly, writing and editing right now.
Okay. And you are the original creator behind Paragame.
One of.
One
yeah.
of. Let me be correct and right. Let me make sure I can get it up for people to see, because they probably don't know what that is. Piper is one of the many oomfies on Twitter that I interact with and engage with, and she is one of the artists behind a particular kickstarted comic called Peregrine. I'm gonna make sure I get the subtitle right so I can bring it up in front of me. Is it on Kickstarter still, or is it on Indiegogo?
It is Indiegogo, actually. It is closed, the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be other ways to get copies later. So.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Peregrine, Wings of the Falcon, part of the Reconstruction universe. But I do have an upcoming one. The sign-up's starting soon.
Ooh, tell us about that.
That is Rift Riders. That is an all ages, really fun sci-fi. To me, there's like a little bit Star Trek, a little bit Doctor Who, a little bit. I can't remember the other one that I'm supposed to say. Those two, I guess, were the ones that I've really been thinking about. But it is a lot of fun. That one I'm writing. I'm co-creator, but only with like one other person instead of a million, and a writer on that one.
Oh.
Based. And in your meanwhile, is there any other things that you do outside of the other thing that I know that you do? Is there any other things that you do that you'd like the audience that is here to know about, so they can be able to check it out later?
Oh, other than the thing that you know that I do.
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
The thing that involves the wolf that you keep in your cage.
Oh. Yep. Well, there's that one. That one is a lot of fun. Otherwise, I do stream, and one day we'll hopefully find time to make the content I've been saving up clips for a YouTube channel. So I do have a YouTube.
Mm-hmm. I have linked that down below in the description for anybody who wants to go click on that.
Oh, that is awesome. And then, Fizz has that Twitch.
Can you tell us a bit about Fizz Giggly? Actually, first off, can you tell us how to pronounce her name?
Okay, Fizz Gig, like a fizz gig. But also giggity, like giggity. So Fizz...
Like giggity goo.
Exactly, yes.
Fizz Giggity.
Yeah, so Fizz Giggity. You just put it together, but Fizz is spelled with a Y instead of an I.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and she is she's an anime wolf chick. A celestial beast anime wolf chick that likes sucking at video games on Twitch instead of doing what she came to the planet to do. But that's not my problem.
Yes. And for people who want to be able to go check out the Celestial Wolf and her environment, you can find her on Twitter. You can also find her on Twitch. So you can always follow those links there. Let me just lighten up the screen with the filter so you guys can see through the chroma key. You can find her there at those links here on the screen. I don't know my left from my right.
I'm only now just now there. Now I can see the
Good,
that's the one. That's the wolf chick.
She is
There I
adorable.
am, Gary. There I am.
She's adorable. She's cute. And she is very much like her owner. They're both silly people. And we are happy to have them here. Also, thank you for coming. Would you like to like to tell the chat how we first ended up interacting? Because this, unfortunately, because my first account was unfairly suspended from the actions of me laughing at people telling me to go kill myself because I had an opinion about Elden Ring that they didn't like because it was right. Can you give them a taste of what it's like to interact with the Carl?
So not quite as cringe as when Poe is in my timeline. Or upsetting. I'm not afraid to click on Carl's stuff. It usually makes me laugh instead of wince and pain.
Oh, that's an accurate assessment. Yes.
I can't even remember how we first started interacting because it's been a really long time.
I wouldn't be surprised if we were mutuals before that, because I discovered Fizz through of all people, Hippie, who I have no idea where he is right now, but
Yeah.
no. That was
If I'm correct, I do believe I was flirting with you.
Oh, probably.
I mean, then again, I do flirt with everybody. Yes, including the men chat. You can't hide from me!
I do remember the one time where I had no idea what it meant to gas someone up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like 10 kinds of confused. I was like, you want to what now? You're doing, excuse me?
You want to put gas where in my body?
Yeah.
I think I remember that now. Yeah.
To be fair, I kind of am lost on what gassing up means because I don't.
It means to make somebody feel good.
Oh.
By saying words that would be appreciative. Like, you know how young men on the internet gas up social women by being simpletons that idealize mediocre punani? Like that.
Ugh.
You mean mid?
Yes. Middlers. Men gassing up middlers.
Oh.
Gassing
That's
up.
not
They got.
nice.
There's probably some sort of antioxidant or anti-gas they could probably take for that.
It is. It's a backhand. Applied directly to the Tatum. Backhand. Applied directly to the Tatum. A backhand. Applied directly to the Tatum.
Whatever it takes to get the charge, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Everybody, welcome to the chat. Jay Longbone.
Jay's here.
Hello, my beautiful queen.
Jay, we can't hear you.
I just said something.
We couldn't hear you.
I couldn't hear you actually.
Oh.
Now we can.
Now I hear you. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
I hate Discord.
True.
For the record, Jay, before I get a chance to not say this, we go into main content. I will say this: my mother loves her content. By the way, we all get a good laugh. Brother keeps referencing.
Oh, thank you.
My brother keeps mentioning marginalized. What was the term for that?
Marginalized.
Yes, that's the one.
Man, now you make me hungry for butter. We ain't got no butter in the house.
Wait, do you just eat butter?
No!
Ugh.
Uh-huh.
Margarine's
Popcorn.
not butter, Carl.
It is basically the same thing. It serves the same purpose.
Alright, okay, try putting that shit on popcorn then and see how it tastes. See how
I
it
have.
tastes for you.
I have. It tastes fine. Put a little bit of...
You're a sick bastard.
I was gonna say
No,
I
it's
still
because
finished it,
I
but
have.
it-
No, I'll show you why. I'll show you why it tastes good. I'll be right back, chat.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh god, here we go. Yeah, just let him do his thing.
Enter the scene. I can't believe this isn't butter. Come on.
I just realized he has the thing on the screen and it's of Carl Buddansky from...
See,
I'm so angry I didn't think that.
what we call a cousin. And we have this. Tony Shaker's
yeah.
original Creole
Oh, yeah.
seasonings.
Uh-huh.
Dude,
Sprinkle
yes,
this on any
yes.
popcorn or material substance like meats and cheeses, and you bake that motherfucker.
I have a question, Carl. Does that contain MSG, though? Or is it vegan?
Those of you who probably don't recognize that, if you've been to Popeyes, like at some point during the early aughts, and probably still have it now, that Cajun sparkle, that's Shackles.
Oh yeah.
Surprised you'll have Tony's there.
Oh yeah. It was very hard finding a store that had it. This is especially one of my anniversary edition containers. But this motherfucker on everything. This is a Cajun's Old Bay. For the white people, for the white people, y'all got Old Bay. For us, this is our Old Bay.
Whoa. Hold up. I'm from Louisiana, and I might be a pale complexion, but I cannot be in a kitchen that does not have that in it.
You put that and some slap your mama on everything.
Giving away all the secrets. They're not supposed to know that. That's secrets for the people who have to go through the test to join the cookout.
That's like when I first moved here, I was freaked out because nobody knew what that was.
It's a bit of a culture shock because most people don't take a step through this fucking seasoning aisle as is. It's what you walk past when you're trying to get to the soups. I gotta put this back.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gone again.
Most people can't cook
Yeah, learn
anyway, so...
Recipes.
I can't. No.
Learn it. It's a valuable skill.
Oh, I know.
I want to learn recipes to carry on the tradition of cooking.
Make a cookbook. Make your own cookbook.
I gotta sit down with my grandma and my aunts to do that.
Yeah.
I don't have the patience to write down what I do, especially if I'm
Don't
doing
write.
it different every
Get
time.
recipes. Get recipes from newspapers, old books. Cut them out wherever you find them, and then glue them into a folder.
Who uses newspapers
People
anymore?
who read. Old people.
read.
I'm old.
I am too, but like,
I'm past 40. What do you want from me?
dude, I want a recipe. There's Google for that.
Oh, that
Make
reminds me.
then make a digital cookbook. It's not a problem. Why not? But keep it together to your own disposal, not just digital. Put it on an old tablet. Why not?
I know my mom, like, my grandmother threw everything together when she was a kid. And so she was a chemistry major, so my grandma was made at one point, she's like, I'm gonna measure everything you make, and now I'll have it. And that's how we have grandma still stew to this day.
And my cookbook's in my head. I'm bringing those to my grave.
Suckers.
Screw you guys. You will never know.
Fucking random discount.
No one will ever know!
No one will ever know.
Oh, I'm happy someone else got that reference. That makes my day. The Dover Boys! The Doris must be alone and unprotected!
Confound them. Hey,
Hey,
Charles,
Char-
need a drink.
And people ask, hey Charza, why aren't you bi? And I say, I hate dick!
Moving on.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Carl.
Hi.
Everybody get quiet now.
Trying to roll up my sleeves haphazardly. Have I ever been able to turn on this and play the sound for this meme that's currently on the screen? I don't think I have.
Why is a man dancing right there? What would he have anything to do with you, Carl?
Oh, it's because of the thing that's on the screen. Hold on.
No, I'm saying, why would you choose him, though?
Why would I choose Carl? Because his name's also Carl. It's right, Carl. It's the Carlverse, don't you know?
I know, I was...
So, this base picture here is actually a clip that was an edited meme that someone made of an artist that is actually the inspiration behind what was originally first called the, what did I first call it? The Audacity, that then became the Fried Chicanery. That first interview that I did was with an artist by the name of George Alexopoulos.
What, you interviewed him?
Yes.
But fuck that guy. I know him.
Alex has become a controversial figure because I say Alex, George. George has become a controversial figure because he has seen a niche that could be made in making cartoon political comics in the style of people like Shenanigans, YOLO Dog Studios, and House, spelled H-U-A, as in house, German house, but House of Decline. And it is the kind of thing that you would expect to see from someone who is also another comic creator, which is Stone Toss. Political comics, as they are very controversial. And he's become controversial because rather than just making art around and about it, he's using it directly as an inspiration for it. Now, I understand why most people do this, and it's the nature of why I do the show that I do here. The art is fine. His opinions, I don't have an opinion about, because he is a man and he has opinions. I don't seek to judge him for his opinions. There will be people who will disagree with them. And the only thing I ever ask is that they try to at least hear what has to be said and consider what's being said. Most of the time they end up making shit like this. Now, he'll block some people. I've seen it. And I'm disheartened by that.
Well, here's the thing, okay? Because his grift is making these kind of comics, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is actually those things. He is actually a far left, batshit crazy dude. But he grifts off of, and he's proud of it. He'll just be like, I grift off of right wingers by making these comics that they enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I'm like, dude, fuck that guy, because I was like, oh, this is pretty funny. You make the joke like 8,000 times before you move on to another one, but this is pretty good stuff. And he's like, yeah, also fuck you for like stupid, like really stupid internet shit. And I'm like, oh, he used my old show to sell an SJW comic book before then turning right around and going, by the way, fuck you, you Nazi. And I'm like, I'm left of center, fuck.
It's bizarre.
That's enough to be fascist.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, that's enough to be a Nazi.
And I bring it up to show this because it's much like something that has been done with me, and it's going to be something we're going to get into when we have time for bonus meme. But I wanted to have this here because much like anything that is ever done for the purpose of the internet, I don't give a fuck about what none of them people are saying or doing. I don't care about none of this shit. None of this shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't care about none of that shit.
It's just so annoying to know.
Yes.
I wish I didn't.
And also, we have to appreciate that you understand. This right here is funny. Hold on.
I think it's funny with Carl right there.
So even in the moments in our darkest day when we are upset at each other, we can at least be able to appreciate, hey yo, this is content. And that is the same nature of what brings us here. This is content. I understand that some people are going to have opinions about topics like what we'll be discussing today and topics in the future. But I need you to remember, it's a comedy show. Roll the clip, guys. It's fun. It is fun. Please remember that you can have fun. Now, last time on Power Rangers Time Force, when we had our last guests here, which was Aiden, friend of the channel, and regular fuck these women's advocates, and Counterpoints, our resident friend from the Debate Lord realm, coming to us in Carlopolis, Carltopia. We still haven't worked out a nation name, guys. We got to get on this nation scheming, okay? We were able to get through about, I'd say, 25% of the thread. And we have such bangers, such as Everything's Leading to Fascism, to Everything's Returning to 1950s Times, and my personal favorite that we'll be watching later on today, which is right all the way down...
I thought you were going to say the guy chopping wood.
No. He was not one of my favorites. He was not one of my favorites. But all the way down... Where is she, goddammit? Right here. The lady in the thumbnail today, which is a woman telling her infant newborn child, jokingly, for an audience on TikTok, that, hey, little girl, I could have killed you, but I gave you a choice to live. All of these. And shit like it. I want you to understand. Yes, bizarre.
To be fair, I have told that to my son like last week.
Did you?
He's also like 16. He is 16. I was just reminding him.
That's even crueler because the baby doesn't understand the concept or the language. 16, he knows what you were planning to do. That's actually very dark.
I mean, is it though? Sometimes you're like...
For me, it's more, bro, shut the fuck up. You could have been an abortion, but you're not.
I mean,
your mom.
I mean, sometimes you gotta remember, you could have just looked your son in the face and be like, son, remember, when I was cooking your dad eggs, I was letting you run down my legs. I could have swallowed you.
I thought it was a cleaner version of I could have swallowed you.
I mean,
besides that, he thought it was funny, and he's the one that's like, I'm gonna commit matricide one of these days. So I think we're even.
I mean, that's about fair. Mom, I'm gonna kill you, son. I could have swallowed you. Yeah.
That sounds
That's just one step ahead of taking a wire hanger and showing it to him, and like, you can either be beaten by it or you could end in another destiny direction. Like, whoa.
I don't think that works unless he's still a fetus.
Yes, he still has to be a clump of cells, man. He still has to be a clump of cells for that to work.
Well, that's technically human. So,
but he's a teenager.
Oh, whatever. He needs to still be on the inside.
Okay. but if he was a tiny perfect copy of Hitler, would you torture it?
Whoa.
That's a little bit dark.
How would we
What
know?
if that is what created Hitler?
Would he still have the mustache, like, in utero?
He'd have the
Like,
memories, and he,
I will be
he
right back.
did, but it was in his thoughts and in his mind.
how would we know that until later?
I'm sorry. I apologize for doing a joke that unfortunately not everyone got. So
We got it. We're just not laughing.
Fair enough.
I just have questions. It's got to be a good joke.
It's a reference, so yeah, it wasn't very good. I'll take that L.
You take that.
Take a delamble.
And you remember, you could have been an abortion.
No, my mom would never have done that.
Oops. Sorry.
But
I return.
But she had the choice.
Nah, my mother, for example, would be too vindictive for that. Like, oh, you wanna come out? You're gonna come out, and you will suffer for it. Okay.
Right? No, it would be like this place sucks, and you're gonna find out the hard way.
Exactly.
No easy way out for you.
Yeah.
We gotta watch this movie.
This movie is the internet a movie? Honestly,
Yes.
So the film,
An interactive movie.
All you have to do it helps cope. That's all. It helps you cope. Yeah, it is a movie.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it helps
you
me cope.
Cope that there are people out there stupider and will say anything to get them clicks.
Drop a clout, yeah. All that.
All that for a crumb of clout.
Y'all really learning how to do that voice. I gotta make up a new one.
Adapt, improvise, overcome.
I gotta keep my material minty fresh. See, you still can't do the tongue rolls, guys. Fuck! She's on to me!
Ooh, Carl, my boy.
That was good.
Alright, so. This is from a woman. I think we went over this one particularly, but I want... No. This is a clip of Tyler, the creator. The woman is the one who made the clip. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, sorry, continue.
I think we went over this one before, but I do want to go over this one because particularly I think that Piper will have an opinion about this. There's tons of comments that are like this from this particular user on TikTok, but the caption of the one that I chose today, or chose then, was that it's sad that women think that fathers shouldn't have a say on the death of their unborn child, in this case daughter, just because the mom wants to be a deadbeat. And the clip is them using Tyler Creator laughing at a person at his concert and telling the audience to boo this nigga. But then, if you look here at the scroll that I have going here, this is the picture of the woman in question. All those right there, that is her. And Piper, what is your opinion that you'd have for a woman like this that says that if a person doesn't have a uterus, they shouldn't have an opinion, but at the same time feels the need to antagonize people for their honest opinions?
She's the one that clipped that comment with the Tyler laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna say she don't have to worry about getting knocked up, and I think that's not fair. Or he don't have to worry about getting knocked up, and I don't think that. So that's already fucked up. Like
here on the SinglePlayerCarl channel, we're very trans inclusive. Everybody can get these hands.
I don't want it to assume gender.
The
Yes,
first
we
problem
can do
with
that.
that whole thing is
That's a
that
pretty
what's
masculine
with
trait.
infertile women.
She kind of looks
We
like
don't
that
even need to
mutant
get into the
sister
trans
from Pet
stuff.
Sematary.
Now, granted, I can't see this really good. Like, I can't even read your chat. Everything's tiny. I have it full screen. So, so yeah, I'm squinting and guessing. But like,
How are you looking at the chat, by the way? Are you using
how many cats does she have? Just
Probably a
one?
lot. Probably a lot. They usually do have a lot. But how are you looking at the stream? Are you looking at the screen projection that I'm sharing right now in the Discord? Because that you can see clearer. This is help.
Yes.
You just
but
deactivated it.
And I have it full screen. Are you serious? No. So what am I looking at? Where the fuck am I?
You're in the server. You're here with us.
You're in the Carl zone.
I'm pretty sure I'm looking through the I'm just blind. Like I have the wrong glasses on.
Do you need a moment?
That sounds about right.
Actually, yeah, you know what? My other glasses are my glasses for screens.
Okay.
I'm getting old. That's worse. Cool.
Make the screen smaller.
Wow.
So everything was crisp and then I changed glasses. What the hell? I need any more eye equipment? Holy crap.
That should be good.
Who be yawning?
Oh, sorry, it's me.
It's okay.
So to resize this to make sure that everybody can see. Is that slightly better for you? Because I will be going into full screen for some of these videos, but we can more or less watch them in this frame.
Yeah, I can at least see them. I think it's the one is because it's a bunch of little pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And these are more fine. I can't read the text.
Yeah, it's just that the text is hard to read.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this one, I wanted, these two in particular, I wanted Jay to be able to listen to, because we need to listen to Crackhead Lenny Kravitz.
Oh boy, that'll be fun.
Make sure that these are playing. I really don't like the way that when you're on Twitter and now, instead of having the ability to hear the audio in the videos, you have to unmute the player and then unmute the browser. Otherwise, you can't get sound.
Can I say something about the previous one, though?
Yes.
All right. So, opinion-wise, she can sit down and shut the fuck up because she didn't make the baby all by herself. So, if the dad wants to take this responsibility, if he is like, you know, you don't want her, well, I do. Like, he should have a say. They need more laws that help that kind of thing along, actually. But
Unfortunately, we don't
I think
have
that's
those
dumb
rights.
that if you're terminating it because you don't want a baby, but the other party that helped make the baby wants the baby, then somebody wants the baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but you know what? Then she would have to be the one paying child support. I bet she wouldn't like that.
Yeah, men, we don't get to have reproductive rights, unfortunately.
Right? You fucking, what the fuck? I mean, I kind of get it in the fact that we have to go through the having it in there and barfing and all the pain, like all that good shit. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, we still didn't make that by ourselves.
Well, there are some women who do that, and you don't even have rights then.
Yeah. Damn.
All right, next video. Jay, this one's in your court, because this is a two-parter. There's the woman who made the original that's getting reacted to, and then there's the original that she had herself.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared?
Is my
Quite an
fan,
interesting face
is my
she's
fan
making.
disturb y'all, by the way?
Hmm?
Is my fan disturbing y'all at all?
No, I didn't even know you had a fan on.
Nope.
Oh, thank God, I would die without it. Okay, good.
All right, here we go. Full
Let's
screen time.
go. Ugh.
It's time to rage.
She's got no teeth.
She's already got the arrogant psycho look down.
Oh no, there's a sound coming from
It's
it.
time to rage.
Yeah, I was gonna
How come
say
I can't hear it?
see it, but I can't hear
Hold
it.
on. People in chat, you won't be able to hear it if I have it zoomed in like this. This is so that people can be able to see the screen. Hold on, let me switch it over. Change screens. This will actually help you see it better now.
Oh shit,
Better?
it's sharper. Yeah, that's nice.
Okay. And you can hear that.
No.
Nope.
No.
We don't see the video, but I think we can hear it now.
Yes.
Maybe.
Because I have it full. I have it zoomed into full screen. Can you not see it in when it's in full screen?
No, we see the Twitter thread.
Yeah, I'm looking at
We
Twitter.
see your browser. We see your browser. That's right.
Can you hear it now?
It's time to rage.
Nope.
Oh,
It's time.
Where was your...
No.
very quiet.
It's very quiet.
Yeah.
I can't jack.
All we see is the browser right now, Carl.
I can't jack it up any further like that.
Yeah, the setup last time worked. This I don't know what's different.
I didn't change anything.
Well, currently all we see is your Twitter feed right now.
Like, is it? Oh, I see what's wrong. Wrong window. How about now?
Yes. Okay.
Wrong
Let's
window,
play.
guys.
He did it. He did.
It's
And if I put it in full screen, can you see this now?
Rage.
Yep.
It's time.
Okay.
It's time to rage. It's time.
Where was your rage when my sisters explained that their pain was simply the same pain as yours? They screaming and hurting behind hospital
Fuck
curtains.
it.
They said it was
That's
normal
what
for
it
people like ours.
See, I wasn't crazy, right? Crackhead Lenny Kravitz!
Crackets. Crackets.
Lenny Crackett. Yep, why not? Fine.
My favorite.
Childbirth
When the shoe
mortality,
fits.
No one questioned the rates. No protests, no marches, no flowers. Instead, you slept in his bed and did what he said, even feeding the blood to his hounds. How does it feel to know you were always
Fuck
part
is-
of his meal?
what the fuck
He was
is this?
saving your meat until now.
He's being poetic, but he's basically telling the white woman, hey, we told you that black women were suffering, but you didn't care. You still kept sleeping with the white man. And now it's your turn, woman. I don't want to hear none of your noise. None of that shit. None of that shit.
It was so quiet.
What was her original argument?
Hold on, that's part 2.
Okay.
There's a part in The Handmaid's Tale before they had to start wearing red and blue and throw out all their books, and before they stopped being able to read or write, where stuff like this started happening. Bad things started happening to women. She couldn't have birth control if her husband didn't sign off on it. She wasn't allowed to work in a high power position. She wasn't allowed to have her own money. It came on like a death from 1,000 cuts. It was teeny tiny little actions that led to big gigantic actions, and we did nothing. We need to do something. Women are gonna die.
Why is it that they
Why is she
use the Handmaid's Tale as like this handbook as like the end of the world or some shit? What is
Why is she
the Harry
smiling
Potter
all the
of white
time
women.
during this?
I don't have these answers, guys.
Nobody
Well,
has.
like, so she complains that they're not allowed to read and anything. But yeah, she's allowed to read, but she doesn't properly read. None of these feminists that use the Handmaid's Tale as, oh, it's so bad in the West, none of them understand or know that it was a description of Islamic society clad in a Western dress.
Just love how many people are just like, oh my god, it's just like The Handmaid's Tale. And I'm like,
Well,
I think
find a bunch
somebody-
of movies too, but
I don't know if you mentioned it, but or somebody else that I talked to, that they get off to shit like Handmaid's Tale, which is why they're like, they kind of complain it's gonna be like this, but they secretly want it.
They want oppression. That's what they want.
whoa, that's for real. They have to make it up because they're not getting it enough.
Makes
Oh,
sense
boy.
to me.
As Razorfist once put it, this is what happens when demand for hate crimes outpaces the supply.
Exactly. It's basically, we could have made it easier by just saying demand for oppression.
We want to be oppressed. Oh,
Is that what imported radical Islam?
So wait a minute. So what you're saying is it's just a fetish that they can get off to.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes.
Okay.
It's for attention because you get special privileges and special attention for being, for being super duper oppressed, which is funny because
Yeah,
it kind of
but-
defeats.
But
Yeah.
believe it or not, I think Bill Burr talked about this when he was doing stand up on SNL when he came on to host.
When it was still funny. Was it?
Barely.
Talking about funny, there is this great quote from The Simpsons back in the day when Bart met the devil.
Back when
You see, the
Simpsons
thing,
was
Bart,
funny?
is... No, that's actually funny, because you see, the thing, Bart, is you just like attention. You just don't care if it's good attention or bad attention. And they don't see that they're bad attention that they are basically sowing out right now. They are basically salting the earth they are walking on. This will come back to them at one point, and then... Well, get your salazary.
I would say they already are feeling the effect of it, and the overcorrection is basically trying to course correct back to, no, we have this microphone, you listen to us bitch and whine, and then you give us your money. Because, There's an actual word for this kind of action. Usually we call it...
call him Squidward.
No, there's an actual word for it, and it's called sand feminism. If feminism is about the advocation of perpetuated rights, because we know that they would say that feminism is supposed to be the equality of the sexes, but that is not what they do. They seek the supremacy of the female gender.
Yeah, definitely.
Sand feminism is, if feminism is about women over here, sand feminism is the advocation of rights for women over there. Namely, the women over there outside of the first and second world. Because in the third world, men and women are equal, equally shit on, equally oppressed, and equally calibrated. Because it's not a matter of the genders being supreme over one or another. It's about the caliphate and the state being supreme over them. And they will do to men the same things they do to women. It's just that the only things the feminists see is how the women are treated. So who cares if the women are allowed to drive? The women also get to marry who they want to. And they can be stoned to death as long as in a court of Sharia, there is an overwhelming majority of men that declares that they have brought shame upon their family. So it's kind of hard for them to parse that because that requires actually looking outside the first world. But they don't do that because out of sight, out of mind. And if it happened, I don't know, maybe they don't deserve it, maybe they do deserve it, but stop talking about that. Whataboutism! What were we talking about? It's bizarre and it's upsetting because if they were to know that, they would probably change their opinion because they only think in optics. If it looks good, I'll say it. If it sounds bad, I will not mention it. And if you mention that it looks bad and that I did it, I'll call you whatever word I need to call you to shut you down. Because I don't want them to look over there. Look over here. Look over here. Look at the pretty little birdie. Look at how the birdie's being oppressed by the man. No, don't look at the woman crushing the bird. It's the man that did it. The woman might have done it, but she had internalized misogyny.
Yes.
It's mainly that the feminists here ignore what's happening over there. They don't want to hear it, because then they would actually need to do something.
Exactly.
They just want to sit here and whine like she does. That's why she's also smiling all the time, because she knows she's full of shit, deep down.
Mm-hmm. So let's finish watching it. So let's finish watching it first.
Thing. Women are gonna die.
God.
We're gonna die.
Why are you smiling when you say that?
We're gonna die.
Oh,
Because
it makes me wet when
Hold
they're
on.
gonna die.
Hold on, guys. Let's let her finish, and then we'll laugh at her.
I'm creamy.
Don't let her finish. Gross.
Good you.
Are you sure you want to let her finish?
It's time to rage. It's time to burn this system fucking down. I've got matches.
Why is she whispering?
Weird.
Not enough of them. Because you know what she needs to be on? The prescription of vitamin D.
Vitamin D.
No, she needs to go outside so she can go find the dick.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah.
Send her on a mission.
Touch grass, feel sun, get dick.
Now, this next one, I named alternate reality Tracy Ellis Ross. And,
What?
Oh, that shit.
No. What
A bit of a rerun.
Whoa.
yes, this is a bit of a rerun. I'm catching Jay up to where we were.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
So, Jay, you want to have fun with this one?
I have a question.
Yes.
Like, why do a lot of shit? Why do so many women these days have giraffe eyes? Big ass eyelashes, and bulging eyeballs.
Like Eon Flux or something, you know?
I think that's not giraffe eyes in general. I think that's pachyderm eyes. Like all of them have them eyelashes. Yeah.
Well, a lot of the undulates, they have like long eyelashes and they have like weird long faces.
Yeah.
It's giving clown makeup. It's giving clown makeup. And I don't want to be mean, because I'm French, I have the unfortunate nature of being a man who understands the nature of makeup. This isn't flattering for her at all. The first thing I'm drawn to is the eyebrows. Next thing I look at is, after I'm done looking at the curve of those eyebrows, they point inwards to her nose ring, then her lips, and then back to the eyelashes, and then the hair. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Reminds me of Gorilla Glue Girl.
Yes.
She was pretty.
She was pretty though. She was
had crazy eyelashes, but she was pretty.
like the hair was a situation, but everything else was fine. But when I see shit like this, when I'm scrolling on that timeline, I have to stop and hear what they have to say, right? So we've seen what she looks like. Let her talk. Let her talk.
Wow.
She's looking at a clip from an account here on Twitter. It says, "Your Anon News." I don't know if it's the anonymous users of the account, because this happens a lot. People will take videos and clips and tweets and they will use them as filler or springboards to have conversations about whatever topic they want to talk about. But the tweet says, "Repealing Roe v. Wade isn't going to go the way that SCOTUS or the GOP thinks is going to go." When they say the GOP, they mean Republicans. All Republicans, not specific Republicans calling for it. Every single person who has ever voted red in your life. They mean you.
Yeah.
Play with fire, get burnt. So we have invocation of violence. Wonderful. Don't say we didn't warn you. Expect us. This is cringe. I don't know who the fuck looks at this tweet and thinks, guys, it's time. We're gonna go out. The anonymous boys are with us. Bizarre.
They were always kind of cringe, but yeah, this is, yeah.
I mean, I can understand why there are some people who be like, oh my god, the guy who looked up how to look up your IP address and then he posted it. Damn, he's such a damn hacker. As an actual hacker, what are you doing?
The hacker's gonna get us, guys.
He's like telling mom guys it's your Minecraft phone. No.
I will say this. Anonymous will more likely try and steal Shia LaBeouf's flag.
Yeah.
For going after people like this.
Don't you give that cred. Don't you give that cred to Anonymous. That was the dank user 4chan. The real Anonymous.
Yeah. The hacker known as 4chan, you guys.
They are hackers on steroids.
That was like the coolest thing they've done.
I was blown away. That was amazing.
I lulled for days.
If it has never been proven, do not fuck with the weaponized awesomeness of the internet, because you want them to be hyper-focused on the shit that they're cringe posting about, because if they turn their attention to you, you're not going to like it.
Originally came from for the anti-Scientology stuff. And everything you see now, everything past that, is nothing but copycat crap. They're trying to draw the name for their political side, and that's just bullshit. Doesn't work like that.
Pretty much.
Let's continue.
As if having Anonymous was not enough.
It was not enough.
I used to work in an abortion clinic. I was the guy that would walk women and their families back to their car after the procedure because people would line up on the curb and sidewalk.
Hey, I'm walking here.
And yell and throw stuff at them. The strict rules at the clinic that you had to show up for work between 6 and 6:30. One day I had been out partying.
She also kind of reminds me of Jada Pinkett Smith and her gaggle of geese friends.
Yes.
Her eyes are crooked.
Oh my god, you're right.
Honestly, look, I like her hair. And I think, honestly, like, if she would tone down the eyebrows and eyelashes,
and the makeup,
it'd be fine. Yeah.
You know, ma'am, you might want to
then,
a level for
then she wouldn't be able to display her black excellence.
Oh, right. She just looks like she has a bit of a tan. Honestly.
I don't know how that works. I thought she was white.
if I'm out in the sun for 2 weeks, I'm darker than that.
She's got the same hair texture as me. My bad.
I have to grow her hand and have it down. That's all.
And those curls are not natural.
Mine are.
I don't fault women for their hairstyles.
She was tan, maybe.
Seriously, I cannot take my mind off how her eyes are crooked. We need to get one of those like toolbox levelers or something. My God, it's like she's. It's like her eyes are like not looking right. Oh God, I can't unsee it. It's like,
bro,
Jesus Christ, you're right.
Her head is tilted a little, but the more you guys talk about it, the worse it gets.
She reminds me of my art professor who is from Russia, and he had a bit of a lazy eye because he was from Russia.
Oh no!
And all I can think of is
he had a lazy eye because he was from Russia.
Land of the lazy eye.
just every other man whose name was Anton or Yelnik, they just, don't mind my brother Anton. He has a lazy eye, yeah? He turns a little bit to the side. He'll be fine. No,
The more y'all talk about this, the more she's starting to look like a Picasso.
Yeah, it's like an MC Escher painting. The more you stare at it and make jokes about it, the more fucked up it is. It's like we're imprinting our imaginations onto it.
Is this that old G
she looked okay to me until y'all stopped.
Like her eyes are like harsh. Like one's looking slightly downward, the other one's looking slightly upward. And I just like you can't. The more you look at it, the more you can't unsee. It's like if she were looking at what she was looking at, she probably would miss it with one of her eyes.
The moment I realized that her eyebrows are even and her eyes aren't, was how I realized that her head tilt was not an excuse. And now, my brain is broken.
It's like she's like a wax painting or a wax sculpture, and like half of it like was partially in the sunshine, and so it went a little. Yeah.
Oh my god, she's melting in real time.
All right, guys, let's finish watching it first.
Even her jaw.
Let's finish watching it. Let's finish watching.
She come out of her head, or the head of her.
Then I will mute you. Stop.
I'm sorry, she must have had a birth defect or something, because I don't know how else she could do that. Like, half her body face was, like, caught in her mom's vag. I'm sorry.
What if she was in a horrible accident and you're just an asshole?
I mean, that is true. I am a whole ass. I don't half-ass. All right, let's keep watching.
Go on. Nap in the parking lot versus driving 45 minutes home. And then driving 45 minutes back after like 9 hours. Got to the parking lot, there's a line of black cars.
Every single time she makes a new facial expression, it adds a new dimension.
No, it's like her right side of her face is like a centimeter lower. Holy shit!
This time she does have a head tilt, but like her one eye isn't where.
Yes, it's like half of her head. Like I'm starting to think she was like stuck in her mom's vagina and coming out, or someone punched her. I don't even know.
Look, her head tilt made her eyebrows tilt. Her eyes didn't tilt.
Oh my god, what the hell happened to this woman?
Eyebrow is just not working.
She's like the manuscript in the fucking bases you use for portraits in haunted houses that just follow you around the room. She's just doing it with her head the whole time.
She's making way too serious a face for how she did her makeup today. Like.
I went inside and I saw a sea of white women in the waiting area. My boss physically
out of
oh yeah.
Oh, you're so shocked. Your eye almost straightened.
Carl,
yes.
Please. I need to take a screenshot of this. I just.
Oh wow, it's getting worse.
Please.
I mean, hold on. Let me back up to when she blinks. Hold on. Let me back up to when she looks around and blinks.
Ew.
Oh god!
Like, look at the way her eye moves. Just look at it.
Kenny, it's like those early CG things. It looks real, but not.
I would say if she was an actress, we should hire her.
For what?
A sideshow.
Circus actual act.
She could play Amber Heard in Amber Heard's.
Yes, yes. She can be able to. She can be able to play the role of Amber Heard, because we need to give roles to black women, and we need to allow for Amber Heard to be portrayed by the race that can do it best.
This lady. Wait, so we determined that she is not just a tan person?
I am going to say maybe. Big if true. Big if true.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in the voice general. You're
all right, there, stop it, right?
Yeah.
Because there, you're looking at her straight on. Her eyebrows.
Her eyes are like I'm pulling up this ruler, and it's like
giant eyebrows.
Entirely. Her head is tilted slightly, but yet her eye line is almost identical.
Yeah, her eyes are straight, but her head is tilted, and at least those giant eyebrows.
She's like a sexy version of the Toxic Avenger.
Yeah. Yeah.
eyes aren't supposed to be
Do it, dude.
Okay, so I got 2% on. I got 2 degrees of her head. So let me see if I can mark this real quick.
Mathematically designing how ugly she is.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm trying to attempt to at least somewhat. Okay.
But if those giant eyebrows are good for one thing, it's at least showing where her eyes should be.
Oh my
how
God,
much they should be.
If anybody in the chat wants to be creative, make sure you send those tweets directly to me on Twitter at #CaramelCajun, #versus chat. I want to see those memes, guys. Let's see those memes.
Holy
You're
shit.
creative people. Do the work.
Tag me,
I believe in you.
because I want to see.
Oh my God. Okay, so I have done some math.
Okay.
Take a look. See. So the first of the picture above is me attempting to, essentially attempting to figure out how. So like her eyes are about 2 degrees off, and then I measured try to get a decent read on her mouth and the corners of her lips. That's 5 degrees. So there's a 3-degree difference.
To the ears.
Actually, looks like it might be a little bit more. I'm looking at the line you drew for the eyes. It looks like the line is a little bit higher.
Yeah.
So you might have about a 4-degree difference there.
Yeah.
Her left ear is massively larger than her.
Yeah, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. It is a 4-degree difference. Holy shit. You're not wrong. Okay, let me just.
You don't see in voice general?
Yeah.
I think I gotta shrink. I gotta shrink this.
Okay, so the first one I did was 2 degrees, and that was off. Then I did the corners of her mouth, and that was off 5 degrees. And then when you mentioned that it was like a 4-degree difference, I went back. I did to 1 degree, and there's a 4-degree difference between her eyes level and her level of her mouth, her general level. There's a 4-degree. Oh my God. Oh my
It's getting worse. It's getting only worse.
It's not getting any better, is it?
Let's see. I'm trying to find another.
Give me the wrong image.
I'm gonna do her nose next. Okay. Okay.
All right, you do that.
Screen's black, by the way.
The nose is also 5 degrees. The nose is also 5 degrees.
She just got Lincoln disorder.
Hold on. I'm showing chat. Oh my God. I am showing the audience what is being said inside of the Discord.
Oh my God.
That's why the screen's black. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, now you work on that. You work. Oh Lord, he's already got it.
I got lost, and I don't know where I am. I'm not even in the right Discord anymore. At least I'm in the right voice thing, but I'm not even right. Voice general, yeah.
Add a line to her earlobes and the top of her ears.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Yeah. You know what? What I'm gonna do is I should have done different colors. I should have done different colors. So let me just go back.
Not only that the line's making it worse, the reaction on the left corner is perfect for that picture.
He's like, "What are you doing?"
Corner. Check the corner of her eyes because that looks like her left one might be higher than her right.
Yeah, the eyes corner is even worse. Holy shit.
Okay. I think that goes in the opposite direction.
One, and then I'm gonna go.
I love what this has turned into. It's great.
Abraham Lincoln.
So I'm gonna do okay, so the red is gonna be your eye measurements, and then green is going to be the 5 degrees standard. So let me then just save this real quick. I'm like screenshotting upon screenshotting. Okay, so yeah, there we go. And I'm gonna yep.
Oh God, I feel like we're creating a South Park episode now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like an inbred version of CSI.
Fuck phrenology, this is fun.
And to think, slave masters used to use calipers for this kind of shit.
I am just I'm beside myself here. My God, this is just.
Are we just analyzing the woman's face? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, pretty much.
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to. Yeah. Okay. So
this is what it's turned into.
Mm-hmm.
Content.
This is content because it looks like that we're solving a riddle here, okay? It's like, as soon as her face is straight, we find the Holy Grail or something.
It's quite literally everything that's red is 1% is 1 degree. Everything that's green is 5 degrees.
If we are able to calculate this woman's face, will we be able to find out the golden ratio?
I think we've got it. To be quite
I think
honest,
we're gonna solve Da Vinci's Code, you guys.
Yeah.
oh my god,
Let's hope
even
so.
her eyebrows are like, well, I don't know if that's a good frame of reference, but
They're actually kind of offset a little bit from this
yeah,
angle.
they're separate. Like they're even a different offset. They're like 2 degrees versus everything else. So like that's off. I'm trying to like find a decent frame.
Not to mention, it seems like she drew her eyebrows just shifted about 2 millimeters or 3 millimeters to the left.
Okay.
It's just that in general, the left side of her face is larger than her right side.
Okay, so
To be fair, drawing on eyebrows is
on the
not
left
easy.
side, above her eyes, it goes upwards.
2 degrees is blue. 1 degree is red, and 5 degrees is green. So let me mark that.
We are analyzing the face of Kaki.
Mm-hmm.
Got 2 degrees. We got. God, I feel like I should be. I'll share my screen if you want. I mean, because I've been.
Oh no, I'm already showing chat. I'm already showing chat.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. 5 degree. Okay, I'm going to save this. So the completed measurements. 2 degrees is blue. 1 degree is red. 5 degrees, for some unexplainable reason, is 5. My God, what the
Still
hell?
no earlobes.
Well, the earlobes are. Well, actually, no. Oh God.
No.
The earlobes are worse.
Her ears are so much. The left ear is so much bigger.
Oh my God.
Well,
oh my God, there's 6. Shit, there's 6. There's 6 degrees.
6 degrees of fugly. Is that what you're telling me, Ben?
Yes, 6 degrees.
Could it be that the picture's at an angle and she's like slanted?
Well, it could be, but it's kind of unlikely.
Okay, now added 6 degrees in. Let's see. Is there anywhere else I can measure?
But if he's using the head, the skull basically as reference, then it doesn't matter how tilted she has it. Everything should line up like.
Oh my God.
Straight. If it was straight.
It should be minimally deformed, like probably by a degree or 2. But there are cases where it's like 3 to 7, and then you have Lincoln.
Oh my God! I found another set of degrees, guys. Where her the upper corners of her lip, you know, the I forget the widow's what I don't know what the term is, like, you know, above the nose.
I picked a great day to start drinking again. Love it.
Filtrum?
Yeah, Filtrum is 4 degrees. So
Sharon, I could use a drink.
1, 2. All we're missing is 3. I got third. That's wait.
Let's just leave the 3 because she doesn't need the full gambit. She does not need a straight.
All 6 degrees.
We could say she's now finally fucking 1 card short.
Oh dear God!
For sure.
Then we can't be here forever.
Okay, last one.
Yeah, no, we can't.
I found one more. Her jawline. That's like a fucking 8. Okay, I'm done. But seriously, what the hell?
That was the longest, most scientific roast of some face I've ever experienced.
And you tell me I go for a while.
I had to. I just had to. I'm sorry. I saw it. I'm like, what is?
Solved the face.
This is the tutorial version of weaponized autism.
You are scientifically ugly.
In a single sentence, all I can say is I have scientifically proven the phrase. Oh my God! What the fuck is wrong with your face?
Yeah, definitely.
Your face off 6 degrees, bitch.
Oh fuck! That woman with 6 degrees of fugly, man. I can't talk to her. If I have babies with her, she'll be mathematically displeased, and I can't have that. Can't have that.
Can't be with her. My kid's gonna be fugly.
All right, let's finish this video.
Pray to God, not. Yeah. Let's
My boss physically pushed me out of the waiting area. I was let go later that afternoon. I realized I had come across a big secret. Abortion clinics open up for the general public around 7 in the morning. This particular clinic was opening earlier for more wealthier clientele so that their services could be more discreet. All the cars in the parking lot were black because they weren't cars. They weren't their cars. They were drivers. Because no wealthy person is going to show up at an abortion clinic in their car with their license plate. They send drivers, or they hire drivers, chauffeurs, limos, you name it. Lack of abortion rights will only affect those who traditionally and historically have not had access to resources.
Juban, shush. This part is actually important. And the video's like abruptly cuts out right here.
Only affect those who they send drivers, or they hire drivers, chauffeurs, limos, you name it. Lack of abortion rights will only affect those who traditionally and historically have not had access to resources. Because
I don't know what he says after that, but there are 2 nuggets in there that are very important. All right, first one. Wealthy people don't have need or rights or problems with acquiring abortions. And people, namely minorities and those who are poorer, have harder time getting access to those resources. We have a situation of a partial truth and a very true truth. All right, now Jay, let's tackle number 1. Wealthy people have no problem getting or using abortions. True or false?
I would assume it's true.
Now,
I would assume.
Yes. Now, that's the other part. Jay, if you're wealthy and you and your partner have an unplanned child, if what we're saying is that poor people can't get abortion access, do you think a rich person who does have the money to pay for a child, but wouldn't necessarily need to go to a public clinic, okay? Not talking about a private practice for an OBGYN, but a public clinic. Do you think that a rich person would be going to a public clinic to get their procedure done?
Probably
no,
not.
private's full stop.
They would not be going to a Planned Parenthood type place.
And if they were a rich person and they were to discover that they are le pregnante with a child, do you think that if they have the resources to afford a child, that for any other reason, with the exception of medical ones, that they would want to abort said child? Think yes or no?
Well, yeah, that's kind of complicated though.
No, I'm going for. Go ahead.
Just financially.
Just like financially, they have the money to take care of the children. They have more than enough money to take care of whatever children they have, even if they adopt children.
So the only scenario where I see this making any sense, whilst going to a public place, is that the woman in question got the child from not the man she's in a relationship with, and wants to be discreet about it. That's why she goes to the place out of the standard opening times.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
That's the
I can see that. I couldn't see a lobby full of that, but I can see
I can see it. I can see like one high-profile actor or actress that wants to go discreet during a period of time. Now, doing the Hollywood version of incognito. Wrap a scarf around your head. You put on some sunglasses. Yes, I'm here to see Dr. Carnegie.
Midnight abortion.
Or, you go to a place that has like a 24-hour abortion. I don't know if such a clinic exists, but if it exists, it's probably in California.
Not that. Go through the drive-through.
Yeah, drive-through abortion. Can I get a number 9 and a preterm preemie combo?
2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 extra dip.
An abortion clinic is like a gas station, but it's real. Instead of gas, it's like one of those suction things. It's like let it rip.
Free air kind of thing. I got a gas station.
Specifically so that if anybody asks, you can be like, "Nah, I was just vacuuming my car."
Kids even rather have a 24-hour fast food place, but I can imagine that somewhere in America there's a 24/7 abortion place.
Okay, if there were to be a combination abortion clinic food restaurant, which one would you want it to be? Now, let's be honest, we know which one we're all thinking of, Taco Bell, but if there was any other one that we would imagine it would be, what would you combine it with?
Denny's.
Denny's fast food.
Waffle House.
Those are sit-down restaurants. Those are like
They are. Yeah. I mean, I've worked at Waffle House for at least a year and a half. The speed in which we can cook your food is very quick, but it's not going to be that fast.
In and out, maybe.
Okay, in and out, in and out, in and out. Okay. All right, come on, keep them coming. Give me another one.
Okay.
Just for the pun.
Anyone else? Come on, keep them rolling. Keep them rolling,
guys.
All I can think of is again like Whataburger because they have sliders.
Okay. Whataburger combination restaurant. Abortion clinic name. What a baby.
What a baby.
What a baby.
You can order sliders that way too.
Carl.
Yeah.
I just realized. I know what it is. Five Guys.
No.
I know, damn it! I just said it. He stole my thing.
Yes, he did. He stole from you. This white man stole from you.
Wait, I have the perfect tagline though.
Go ahead.
Five Guys. We put a hose between your thighs. That's this.
Don't ask about the secret sauce.
I love this show.
Oh. All right. All right. Okay. Now let's go to the next one. This one, I know we've watched this one before because we're getting up here, I believe. Yes, we're starting to get to the ones that we haven't seen because I think we stopped on this one. But this one, I want Jay to see as well. This was from a black queer Baptist pastor, and there's another one that has him in here. We will be seeing him again.
I just want to tell you something right now.
Yes.
The whole reason he did that dramatic counting thing is because he wanted to show off those nails.
Yes.
I promise you, as somebody who likes getting her nails done, that is exactly why he did that.
Yes.
It's just for the glamour shot, honey.
All right, make sure that everybody can be able to see the stream. All right, there we go. Everybody should be able to see that properly, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. It bugs out a bit when I switch between screens, but I just want to make sure.
Do you have a womb? Do you have a uterus? Can you hold a child for 9 months? Can you go to labor? No.
Are you a woman?
Who the fuck would you approve of? You ain't looking for your goddamn approval on unemployed crack smoke.
Tap in.
What?
What the fuck?
Wait.
He was about to go into a whole nother rant.
Oh, it gets me every single time because I don't want to know where crack smoker was coming from.
What the fuck is this? Wow.
Right, now, again, like I had explained before on the second stream, the person you're seeing here is someone who I actually am about this close to becoming mutuals with. His name is Millennial Spike Lee. He is a gay creator on TikTok, and his entire shtick is basically the same thing that we are technically doing here. He likes to present arguments for people to hear, and he likes to let them listen to what people have to say, and then he allows people to discuss from there. All right?
There's no such thing.
So he is one of the based gays. He's one of the based gays.
Oh, he is?
Yes,
What
he
is
is.
it based on?
Based on dick.
Can't stop right now.
Based on dick.
Hey, that's his foundation.
Tap in. Hypocrisy. Can we talk about it? Here we are in 2022, and the fact of the matter is, to answer your question, yes. Men can have uteruses, and they can then become women. Yes, please. And in fact, if you disagree with them, you could be canceled. It's significant. So which is it? Are we now recognizing biology or not? And to push the conversation further, I'm simply curious of who else on this platform can speak to a group of people in the manner in which you just did and still have that post available. If supremacy, whether in sexuality and race, are what you're looking for, you've won. Can we please just end with the oppression stuff? Let's discuss.
That is the end of it, because the rest of this is that it went black twice.
Fair,
Now,
fair.
let's get in it!
But what does his nails look like?
Wait, I think we can find that at the end of the video.
No, actually, I can find it for you on TikTok. Hold on.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit.
You just had to ask, didn't you?
Well, damn.
Have to win.
But again,
I'll-
it's the same basic problem.
I'll
Like,
side with whoever
what
has
is-
better nails.
they all immediately jump to these trans issues when it's just, what about the infertile women? By this logic, they don't have a say in any of this either.
His
Exactly.
fingernails are not colored. They're just clear. French nails.
Oh, come on. Oh, man.
Oh no, are they done French though? French style? Or are they just plain like he don't do his nails at all?
I don't think he particularly cares to do them like that. I will look.
If they're done that way, then it's just coincidental. If not, then they're probably just neat.
Yeah, I was gonna say because people will, intentionally do French nails where they put the clear stuff on, or
No, I think he just puts down the normal, just normal clip and then protector coat.
it's clear.
Mm-hmm.
I like that simple.
If not at very minimum, like buffing his nails.
Nah, I mean that's what anybody could really do if you really gave a fuck about your nail health. Most of us really stop nail biting to begin with. But just clip them, put a clear coat on them. That's more than enough. No, can't nobody call you gay for that.
Yeah, he sounds pretty down to earth. I like that.
He is. He's very nice.
Really is.
Now, let's talk about this queer bishop. Jay, you have the floor.
Queer bishop. I mean, at least they're being open about it.
You just know his parents don't talk to him anymore.
I think his parents are dead.
Oh,
he's old.
This would kill him.
I mean, that's not the route I would have chosen, but I can understand.
I mean, if you had a 40-year-old son or daughter, trans inclusive here. If you had a 40-year-old son or daughter that was also a pastor, but was a queer pastor that did things like this on the internet, I feel like you'd say, honey, it's time to go. I don't want to see no more.
Fuck this shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm like, it for me. It's his TikToks. That would be what would push me over. Like,
yeah,
not the pastor stuff, not the I don't care. Like, who the hell you want to stick it in? Whatever, as long as they're legal and But like, no, for me it would be talks that I'd be like, yeah, all right, I've seen enough. My
His
time
parents,
is done.
his parents
to
go
go
out
now.
like those old
I've
people
let it
from
be seen.
Titanic. like they're on the bed when the water is crashing in. We're leaving.
Lord, take me now.
Oh fuck no! I already
God.
just
I'm
like I don't even
fucking
care like
yes.
what she says in that. Like I can read it. I am.
Okay, so I'm reading the chat, and Dustin Miles Dio hit us with probably the best variation for Whataburger. What abortion?
Never scream laughed like that.
Alright, this next one I know we've seen before, but I need someone to please tell me who this particular person that they are using his picture of is. It's them saying that the penalty for abortion... Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jay.
That's the serial killer, Eileen. I can't pronounce her last name, but she's a serial killer.
Okay.
Mama.
I see.
Oh, she's from the movie Monster. Okay.
Movie Monster. I'm gonna look that up real quick on the side here. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I think that's her. That's about a woman serial killer that bribed another woman into killing.
So that Eileen, is that spelled with an E-I-L?
Yeah.
Eileen Wuornos?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Eileen Carol Wuornos, American serial killer, 1989 and 90. When engaging in street prostitution across the highways of Florida, she shot dead and robbed 7 of her male clients, claimed that her clients had either raped or attempted to rape her, and that all of the homicides were committed in self-defense. Sentenced to death for 6 of the murders, and after 12 years on death row, was executed by lethal injection on October 9th, 2002. Describing in the biographical film Monster, Wuornos' story described from is described from her first murder to her execution for the portrayal of Renault. Charlize Theron won the Academy Award for Best Actress. I see. So, so now that we have that, thank you, Jay. So now that we have that, we can put this into context here. When
weird girl boss.
Yes. This is a very weird. Yes, this is a very weird girl boss idolization moment they do on TikTok. Yes. So when the penalty for abortion is greater for the penalty of rape. So when I have sex unprotected in public because I like being a Twinkie rather than a toaster strudel, I will murder men because I don't want the consequences of motherhood. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I don't like.
I'm confused by what metric she goes. Like, what does she see as the penalty for not getting an abortion, or for getting an abortion?
Because if Eileen's story was
she's not going by the law.
It was I'm already hoeing, all right? I'm already thought pocketing around, all right? And I'm getting my thought pocket filled. Whose fault is it? Now, let's address the big elephant in the room, but Carl, street prostitution. She was probably down on her luck and homeless. Probably so. That's not the conversation, though, because this is about people not wanting accountability for their actions, all right? So for the lowly street hooker, I'm not advocating it, but I understand. Your Tupac music video is on the way. It is being illustrated right now, okay? But back in reality, though, Instagram star who makes porn on OnlyFriends, when you say that dead men don't rape, and we're talking about you did something you chose to do, do you think it is a girl boss moment that she killed those men? Do you think it was great? Are you saying that you would do the same thing as well? I don't know if I agree with that.
It's
I don't
justified to kill a man. It's totally justified.
I don't know. Was it justified when he was riding his dick and you said, "Come inside me"? I don't know. These are very interesting questions that someone will debate, but not me.
I'm just still confused by the first frame because I'm like, we haven't decided what the penalty is supposed to be yet. So how do you know that it's worse than?
Because there's so many
Men are
layers.
just objects for these psychos to be used. That's all.
I'm confused already. Like, I'm confused from the start, not even getting into the killing part.
Because, like, the first problem is, like, okay, hot woman, I see you, girl boss. Yes, strut. But then it's like, hey, yo, if a guy gets me pregnant, and you're telling me that the state is going to make me give this child, I'm going to murder a guy. Like, what? We just went from step 1 to step 56. I feel lost here.
That
escalates quickly.
And then it's like, okay, all right, you feel like you're Eileen. All right, come on, Eileen, put that knife in his spleen. Eric's album. I got it. I get it. But then you're like, dead men don't rape. But was he raping you when you picked him up at the bar and you say, come back to my house? I heard all about it. I heard from a friend of a friend that dick is a 10 out of 10. Let me drop some hot sauce on it and stick that in my meat burrito. Was it rape then?
Yeah, what the? I don't understand where that, right?
I'm just saying.
I'm mad that I can't kill a baby, so I'm gonna kill dudes that I fuck.
Dudes will. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand the correlation.
What's a Blizzard guy? You guys not want to kill men because you can't kill kids?
Maybe.
Innocent, the men are not.
They have penises. That's what makes them guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you know?
He makes me guilty. Oh.
There are a lot of reasons to kill men, such as actual, rape, and then, unfriendly contact with children. But this, the argument that's being presented here, if it is the argument presented.
But I can understand killing a dude if rape is occurring and you're actually defending yourself, then I'm not going to be sorry. But like if you're just doing dudes and then killing them and stealing their money, that's not the same thing.
Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
Premeditated.
How dare you?
Her posting that TikTok already says that any of her murders are premeditated.
Oh, no.
I mean, we are in that day and age now. It's like, yes, ma'am, is this your post here on your account? Big pussy, big slayer, big X, little X, 69, big X, little X? Please add this to the addendum to the record. Let the record show that my client is a boss-ass bitch that don't need no man. But in the comment section, she did indeed say, I will let him fill it and hit it like an egg boaster. Roast me like a pastry dish, flip it, dip it, rip it in my shit. I need some cream in this bitch.
Man, Carl,
that's a lot for a
Holy shit.
t-shirt.
Carl, you're not supposed to read your Craigslist ads.
How did you know? Are you big butt booty jiggle wheel 69?
Yeah, that was it.
All right.
I thought we were going to talk about that on, when you were live, man. Damn.
All right, so next TikTok. This is an influencer called Equal Rights Institution, and they are basically creating a steelman for the arguments of the people that they are talking to on the platform. Because these motherfuckers are not very good for speaking for themselves, so they need her to do it for them.
Great
yeah, that's the person I want speaking for me.
This one's a little bit loud.
Because something has all the DNA
for me, baby.
Because something has all the DNA it needs, does it make it more important than a woman's choice to go through a deadly procedure? What do you mean by deadly procedure? Pregnancy and childbirth can be very dangerous, but I can't think of any other circumstances in which that level of danger to your life gives you the right to kill someone else. Abortion can't qualify as self-defense when the chance of you dying from a pregnancy-related complication in the US is 0.017%. If I can kill someone with a 0.017% risk to my life, I can kill just about anyone and claim self-defense. If by a woman's choice to go through a deadly procedure you meant abortion, then you kind of made my point for me. Abortion is a deadly procedure. It kills a biological human through suffocation, lethal injection, or dismemberment. That should not be legal. But the fetus isn't more important than the woman's choice. The fetus isn't more important to the woman. It's a conflict of rights issue. Science tells us that a living member of the species Homo sapiens is killed in an abortion, and I can't think of any logical way to justify equal rights for all born humans while excluding unborn ones. There's inherently this conflict of rights between the fetus's right to life and the woman's right to her bodily autonomy. And bodily autonomy is super important, but it doesn't give you the right to kill another person.
How are we feeling? Based, unbased?
Feels like a Tim Pool thing I've heard about.
No, see,
it's like an argument that Tim Pool made.
I'll give her 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I get what she has to say, and also she's really cute. But if she could say it without doing that weird Twitch thing the whole time, she would be even more convincing. Like, more people, I think, would pay attention.
Oh, the Twitch.
Her own word.
The Twitch thing is not a thing that she's doing. That is the involuntary reaction of having to deal with stupid people on the internet. You know, it just happens. You know, you just want to reach out of your body and just grab them to the screen and start shaking them violently. Yeah, that's what that Twitch is. I have it all the time.
I don't have them so close together. Like I have, but she clipped them together so that she could make the TikTok.
Yeah, it is a talent and it's a curse.
I do. I agree with what she has to say. I mean, I understand the conflict. I really do. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only part that's missing is that giving birth is a natural thing that happens.
Yeah.
It's not something special that someone puts on you, that a doctor puts on you. This is what the body is made to do.
You can't
It's
really
just a
say
bit
I
shit in
didn't.
us humans because we evolved too fast in regards of brain development. That's why our heads are too big.
Yeah.
And they don't really fit through down there.
Melting.
It sucks.
I kind of resent that.
No, technically, we are born too early. We should be in like a year more. But then women would need like a meter wide hips or something.
Yeah,
I don't see a problem with this.
That is actually true. We are born earlier species-wise than other animals, which is why our babies are more helpless than other creatures' babies. And it is all because our brains are too big. And if we weren't born then, we wouldn't be able to fit out.
I don't know. I came out a little later, apparently. Like 10 months.
And how much did you weigh?
10-month baby.
Do you know how much you
My
weighed?
son came early and he had a cone head. Because his head was huge.
Well,
I think I was about 7 pounds. Or
It could
like
be
7 or
worse. You
8
could have
pounds.
like the face of that lady from earlier with the angles.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is a concern. You do not want to come out undercooked.
Yeah, that could have happened from squeezing a skull through the.
Yeah, I came out overcooked.
It happens.
Happens.
Mm-hmm,
But yeah, too late is really bad because the skull hasn't closed up at first. Like you can, there's no bone at the top. There's actually no bone. You can see you can see the brain throbbing at a newborn.
Oh yeah, it's creepy though. Oh,
Yeah.
A little bit.
yeah. Coming
so
later
that's-
actually sucks because the bone does start hardening when it's supposed to. Makes it harder to form to the whatever shape your junk is.
Yeah,
to try and get out.
Yeah, because the entire skull is compressed for because during birth.
Yeah, I was supposed to be born in
and this
July.
is all accommodations because we get because
he
women's
was
hips
supposed to be
didn't
born-
evolve. How dare you?
He was supposed to be born in August, and he came in July instead. And but luckily, like he came with a cone head, and I was like, oh my god, is he stuck that
I
way?
broke him.
I was like, oh shit.
You could have been in the new Coneheads movie.
Right?
Yeah.
But luckily,
Maybe
they
first
were
would be
like,
Ricky Berwick.
right? They were basically like, no, because his head is just cartilage. All you have to do is this, and it'll get normal shaped.
Oh, he's not going to be a pharaoh.
Insert joke about cousin Eddie from Christmas Vacation.
But yeah, no, but those facts are actually true facts that were born prematurely on purpose. So if you're
No,
preemie, you're super premature.
Now, I do wonder if the being born technically premature thing was an evolutionary thing because humans were kind of, the apex predator of all the animal kingdom, and they could more or less protect their young way more efficiently than most other animals.
There's a possibility.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what allowed for brain development and the heads for that to even happen. Is because we're able to take care of a helpless critter that it's not going to be hunted from everything on the planet, whereas other animals, their babies kind of have to be able to take care of themselves as fast as possible.
They had to be like, man, and like scratch it.
The inverse of that, where
when the deer comes out, it immediately joins the herd and runs.
Yep. Like humans take forever to learn how to walk compared to other animals that generally know how to walk pretty much as soon as they're born.
Yeah.
Like it's just funny when you see like dogs trying to teach the baby how to crawl. It's like, here, this is how you do it. Crawl your little legs.
Yeah, and those are like, what are hands? What are eyes? What is this? All this shit.
I'm pretty sure that most newborn pups actually don't even have their eyes open for a while.
Not
They're
yet.
literally
Yeah,
feeling
they're-
around with their nose.
Their first sense is smell. Their smell is their first sense they can use. When my sister had my niece, she freaking called me up and she was like, everybody's making fun of me because I didn't know babies were born like with their eyes open. She thought human babies didn't open their eyes for like a week or so. Like, a lot of critters. True, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, technically we should be like elephants where we carry them like 2 years.
Yeah. Elephants have the hips for that.
Yeah, they have the space, they have the room.
Yeah.
And as we can see now, we are evolving in that direction anyway. So
I mean, we are.
We will be able to carry our babies for 2.
The butts are getting there. The hips not quite there. The hips are getting there, but the butt is getting there faster.
Demographics.
The butt got there, butt's going there fast.
Well, you see, it's the black demographic.
Of the world.
Well, you see, it's the black demographic that's making it more popular. So perhaps, if biological destiny is rooted in culture, we will eventually all have bigger butts and wider hips. I don't think a single man will disagree with this in the world. Even over there in the sands.
No, you're wrong.
I think what we're breeding for women, we're breeding short stacks. We're breeding short stacks in the women.
Because short stacks are cute,
right?
But that's the point. That's the
Little
important part.
women,
A short stack is also stacked.
Yes.
A short stack is also stacked. The thing is that you don't realize is there are men who are mainly into butts and there are men who are mainly into chests. And they are not overlapping. Some are overlapping, but the one that are into chests, they don't much care about butts and hips. They can appreciate them, but they don't select for them.
Yeah.
Wisp, I didn't expect
it's the other way around as well, because I see a lot of black women and South African and South Americans that they have wonderful hips, wonderful butts, but there's not much at the top. And then to a Northern European, that looks really weird.
I didn't expect you. I didn't expect my joke to trigger your autism.
More for the top parts.
I didn't expect my joke to trigger autism. I'm sorry.
I think that's going to bring the kid through winter. And in South America, you don't have winter.
Look, Carl, this is still related to the abortion topic because
it
it's
is.
eugenics.
I mean, it is. I mean, imagine if you could that if small children.
All this selection stuff is so fucked up that in fucking Bavaria, the men get calf implants to look like they're walking up and down the mountains all the time, when in Munich, in the city, they don't. They just sit in their fucking offices. But the women select the men for good calf shapes.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yes, it's completely fucked up. I learned this like a decade ago that Bavarian men get calf implants, just like black women get butt implants.
They shouldn't be getting butt implants. You just eat more meat.
I thought they came with those, but I guess
not all of them.
Just eat the right foods.
Yes, because Bavarian lederhosen are short, and so you see the calves all the time.
You know what's extra interesting is back in the first known beauty standard for women pretty much was a short stack to begin with.
Yes.
Please pull up Venus of Willendorf.
Yep. I was gonna say the first things that they can find that are supposed to be images of ideal women or women in general and stuff. They were short stacks, and I'm like, we're just coming full circle.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're at the point now. We used to make fucking. We used to make fertility and actually it's fecundity, but fertility and fecundity are the same thing. We used to make fecundity statues of these bitches, and now we make fecundity statues of these bitches. Now they're just anime shaped.
Right?
Yeah.
Anime shape.
But that's the thing though, and it makes sense though because big boobs and big butts usually suggest wide hips. Both of those things suggest fertility, and you're going to be really good at having and taking care of babies.
Damn
straight. That's what that says. That's what that body type says. Is you're really good at babies.
All I want.
This explains so much
the whole
now.
Thing.
Damn. Cavemen see big breasted fucking short stack. Ooh, she good at breed. Me go breed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, them babies are gonna do really good if I put them in there.
She's gonna be really good at taking care of. She's gonna be really good at taking care of them.
That has several advantages. One, she can't run very fast, so she can't run away from homes too fast.
Yeah.
Secondly, must protect.
Right? Yeah. Protect small.
You have no idea. Like literally me for real. That's literally me for real.
It's true though. It's wired in our brains. We've done everything we can to get away from our programming because we're too sophisticated for that.
And people are too jealous of each other.
Yeah, and so and it kind of works, or at least we tell ourselves it works.
Mm-hmm.
And beauty standards have changed for everybody all over the in really fascinating ways. But it still usually comes down to the beauty standards either indicate your class or indicate how good you are at babies. In men's case, it indicates class or it indicates how good they are at protecting babies.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Moving on.
And getting food.
Right. Now
it's a mixture of signaling health that is also signaled through being physically strong or just fit in the case of women, and the fertility. It's these two that mix. The economic thing just comes on top nowadays because we have this weird economy shit going on. And back in the day, it was just how do you get food on the fire.
Yeah.
Now we just have built up these things, these extra steps to get food on the fire.
Well, like, because one reason why corsets became popular, at least in Europe, and lead paint based makeup was because for a good while, if you were pale and flat chested, that meant you were high class, but you needed a big butt still, which is why those dresses with the big backs were popular, because you still needed a big butt. But that meant that you were classy and high class, and having a tan or big boobs meant you worked outside and you were low class and blah blah blah. And you know,
wet nurse. If you had big boobs, they employed you to be a wet nurse.
Yep, exactly.
Because you can also push chests up with corsets. I never understood the flat that they needed to be flat chested. I think that's
I'm to get arrested.
I think that's the nobility rather being obsessed, similar to other cultures, with how do I make sure that the child is mine? Well, by making sure that the woman I marry is still a virgin, which means it's better when she's young, she's had her first period, nobody else has been with her. And so there's this whole idea of the younger she looks, the better, which means flat-chested.
Yes. That is a lot of it. And so, and it was really the nobility deciding what was fashionable and what wasn't at that point. Right? And everybody wanted to mimic that. But like, so they had decided basically that if you had a bigger, if you had a bigger chest, you were just and like you were trashy. And it's no fault, like you can't help it. That's just how you grew, but that made you trashy automatically. Having a big chest,
and then they ended up losing
the whole child carriage thing. That was an invention by nobility, because normally before that the child was carried around in front of the nobles by servants, and then I don't remember which one it was. Might have been Queen Victoria. She wanted to carry her own child, but instead it was then this carriage that she did, this push cart that she could do. And then the non-noble women, so first they have nobles copied her, and then the normal people copied her. And this is why we do the stupid thing with the child lying on its back in the carriage, which is actually unhealthy for the child. It would be better you carry it around all the time in some form, as all other cultures on the planet do. The carriage is a really stupid invention.
I did that when he was a baby.
We had like sitting in the carriage where the child is sitting up.
As soon as he was like a toddler-ish, where he could sit up on his own, then he was in a sit-up stroller thingy.
I mean, at least that
heavy.
at least that because it's bad for the kids to lie on their backs. It's harder to breathe. But the carrying the child with you, either in front or on your back, like Africans do, it also builds a bigger connection. Between child and
I don't know what went wrong with mine, but I carried him until he was too heavy. Till I couldn't no more.
I think that's a good indicator of when to stop.
Wisp.
Yeah. When I can't get very far, it's like honestly, like
now you walk.
Say, right? I know you can walk. Damn it,
guys! We can't stay here anymore.
I see here.
We can't stay here anymore.
Yeah, we gotta.
Okay.
Pushing the 8-year-olds still in these push carts.
Oh God.
The most important thing to remember is that all of this came to an end with beauty standards because French women were having their shoes off.
Damn.
What?
They took their shoes off. Show their feet.
That's the most important part. All that shit in Versailles came to an end because there was too many corked up white women outside with the shoes off.
There's also one error with the nobility needing to be thin and flat. That was during famines, especially in Russia, where then the big and the large-chested women were on vogue because that signaled, oh, that woman is rich. She's so rich that during a famine she can be fat. I wanna hump her because my child is probably gonna survive.
She's healthy. God damn.
Not necessarily healthy, but there's enough extra energy there to make the child survive.
So you're telling me
Something else that's interesting is being technically unhealthily fat was a sign of being rich for the longest time. And then suddenly it kind of reversed and well, if you're fat, that means that you can only afford to live off of shit food. But us rich people are nice and thin and toned and whatever. Because we can eat, right? We can eat the good food that
The most
that used to be poor people food until we decided we liked it and made it cost so much.
So what you're telling me is that
poor people food is actually quite
we can't stay here.
It's just the shit that's made now.
We can't stay here.
Yeah,
One more.
Yeah,
I only have one more passing
my
joke.
bad.
So what you're telling me is that the Russians were the originators of red beans and rice. Didn't miss her.
Always the Russians.
Based. Now this next one is from a TikTok influencer who's basically unpersoned himself overnight because people were able to find that he had a registry inside of the domestic violence abuse case registry by the name of the Professor Murphy. And if you were
Professor Murphy.
So if you were actually looking at this earlier, where it was just running and you were seeing these really weird facial expressions he was making the entire time he was talking.
That is
shit like this.
Oh, yeah.
I want y'all to take a screenshot. I want y'all to take a screenshot of this later, and I want you to hold that in your pocket for bonus meme. All right? You're gonna be seeing a very interesting similarity of this later. Okay? I want you to hold this image in your head. All right? Now I want you to watch the shit. Because he will be reappearing again. There were a bunch of ones that he had before he deleted them all.
And Roe vs. Wade is the only protection women have in the United States for the right to control their own bodies.
Oh, I have so many questions. So let's Murphy this shit. So Roe vs. Wade is the only protection that a woman has when it comes to the control of her own body? Now, according to the Guttmacher Institute and USA Today, just 1% of abortions are because of rape or SA. This means that 99% of abortions are by women voluntarily engaged in intercourse. Note that I said voluntarily. This means that you had a choice. A choice is a form of control. Now, I would argue that the choice to have sex as well as how many different contraceptives to use at once is a good demonstration of a woman's right to control her own body. Also, considering how many memes I've seen of women have sex with who they want, men have sex with who they can, means that the ball is very much in your court. Now, last I checked, conception isn't immaculate or contagious, which means pregnancy is still a result of two people choosing to tango. Pregnancy is a result of a choice, and choice is control. Class dismissed.
So, there's a couple of notes in there.
Hold on.
Yes?
What in the hell did he do again?
He was arrested before for domestic violence charges. And the thing that people like to do on the internet, but especially TikTok, because it's really just the worst of Twitter, gaslighting and whitewashing the shit that they do here so they can look good over there. They'll look up to see if you're a part of any of the registries, sex offender registry, domestic violence registry, criminal registry for any felonies. And then they will say, hey, you know this creator? He's been arrested for this. And for him, somebody made a TikTok exposing his domestic violence registry. And he unpersoned every single TikTok that he has made. There is actually a universe of professor content creators that call themselves this. They were just as confused as everybody else. Yeah.
It was kind of weak of him to just delete that. He could have just made a TikTok and said, yes, and I have been registered as a domestic violence convict.
Yes, but the thing is that in the world of the internet, they don't care about none of that shit. You did something bad, so I will continue talking shit about you. I will devalue everything you say.
I've been through Twitter for so long. I quit for like a year and a half, and I'm still going strong on that quit. I know the pain of the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, no. But he should have still adjusted minimally and just carried on. Yeah, and ignored the rest.
Well, unfortunately, not everybody.
It's pretty weak.
Yeah, not everybody's based like Carl. Not everybody's based like Carl. I'm sorry.
This is true. This is true.
They will learn.
His points kind of.
Yeah, his points are right. So like, let's knock them the fuck out. So let's start there. Women getting abortion rates, because we've seen the chart. I think I've shown and linked the chart to
and that.
I'm trying to remember the name of the institute because we had it when we were talking last time, and the first time it was brought up and mentioned when we had Aiden here. But there, yes, the Guttmacher Institute
and the CDC.
Yes, at the CDC, they have the list of the number of the exact percentage, and we were talking about it before when she was bringing up the word brain no function. Come on, Carl, think, Carl. Brain blast. It was the metaphors and it was the metaphors that she was giving us. Specifically, she was talking to you, Wisp. It was the metaphors that she was using for about the different kinds of abortions that women get and the reasons they get them.
Aiden's feminist bullshit analogies.
Yes, those analogies. God. The number percentage, if you rounded down and you only accounted for the amount of women who get an elective abortion, is about 95% on average. So all of the other ones that you'd have a reason to get for the procedure, getting one for rape, getting one because of incest, getting one because of medical complications, you remove all those percentages, the general percentage of women who get elective abortions is 95%. Now, I would say that if you're going to get an abortion and you're having it for reasons that are elective, like, we've decided that we didn't want to have a girl, we wanted a boy, or we didn't want a girl, we wanted to have... Or we didn't want a boy, wanted to have a girl. If you two are making a decision and choice, that's cool. If you're getting it because you say, Daryl ain't no good, he's a piece of shit, he ain't gonna take care of me, I can't have this baby, that's a bit controversial, but we'll accept that as well. If you're party girl Patrice and you're going out for the weekend and you go get thrown out and you get your thought pocket filled by 15 different guys, and you say, no, I'm not ready to be a parent, spermicidal lube, dental dams, normal condoms, swallowing, or you can spit. Spitters are quitters though, but swallowing.
I mean, you could just use your mouth in general, and it shouldn't reach there.
But
it would have a long ass journey.
Yeah.
Anal. The sperm might be confused. They might think they're on the way to the egg, but it's like, no, bro, we're on the way passing by her lunch. There are lots of choices that you can make for methods to have proper sex, and at the same time,
the main problem is I brought it up when we talked about these data that. In the Guttmacher data, and Aiden's data said it's worse than what I know from the Guttmacher data, is that half of the women interviewed who had abortions, so we don't know how many did it for bullshit reasons, and half of all of them, slightly over half of all of them, admitted to not using any contraceptives. By which you can assume that those that claim to have used them, there will be some that will have lied about that.
Yeah.
But since these are anonymous polls, it's you have a higher likelihood that they have said the truth. But already over half of them said they didn't use any contraceptives. That means half of the abortions that are gotten are the product of unprotected sex, unprotected, non-rape.
So that's the other thing I was going to say. It's like, if you're having sex, regardless, you have a choice. Did he make you fuck him? Was he forcing you into his car, or did you force him into yours when you took him back to your place and you took off your clothes? Did he force you? Maybe you told him to force you. Maybe that's what you're into. Maybe you told him to force you, hold you down in the bed, ragdoll your head, and, beat your shit in from the back. All of those are choices, okay? Why? Why say that it's your only defense? Because that's what her words were. It is our only defense. Abortion is the only defense we have for our bodies. I mean, if we listen to what we've been told, I was told murder is the only weapon you have. So,
I have this neat thing.
So many weapons.
I have this neat thing that's implanted in my arm. So,
rod.
Even if it happens against my will, I should be pretty protected. And the government paid for it. So they have options. There are options.
How many of those
failed?
What?
Yeah.
How many of them have failed? I don't know the number.
Of those
No, I
that
said now if that failed.
how many of those that did get used contraceptives do you think used condoms?
Considering
the least effective one.
Speaking as a fuckboy, I'm gonna go ahead and say 0.0%, because there are some women that will say, no, I used a condom, but they'll be like, no, take that shit off. I like how it feels. Or they will literally snatch that shit off mid-stroke and say, no, which is their way of saying, no, I want to feel it.
Just give a percentage.
That makes no sense.
I would say it would be greater than 0, but less than 1 at worst, and less than maybe 3 at best.
Mm-hmm.
Who actually used condoms as contraceptive.
Anyone else?
So anywhere between 0 and 3%, yeah.
Okay.
But there's so many other options so that
Yeah, there are. Yeah, there are. But the condom is the easiest and most obvious, you would assume.
Yeah,
and
it can protect against STDs where most contraceptives, other contraceptives can't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there's that.
True. Yeah, especially when you go anal.
And I feel like
it can be really. It's one of the least reliable, though.
And I feel like there's none. And I feel like there's none.
It depends. As long as it fits. There are if you have size issues, condoms are annoying.
Well,
I have heard a lot.
I did mention
the data that I had said that of those that alleged to have used contraceptives, only a quarter said condoms. That means of all women interviewed in this data set, only an 1/8 had used condoms.
So, like, the thing about that is that I mentioned this before, and it's like, if your condom fits like a garbage bag, I don't expect there to be a woman. Now, for the woman, hold on. So back up here, you say it's 12%.
Yeah, 12.5%. That's an 1/8.
Yes. So where was the lovely?
Like no one.
Where was the lovely dick rack woman? Hold on, I'm looking for her.
My son happened despite there being a condom, but like, I'm still the one that was like there. So
I'm trying to find the dick rack woman. Give me a second.
This is life now. Like, shit happens.
Yeah. Now, you were talking about the rod, so let's say someone did get like a rod or an implant, like the IUD or something, and that failed. I still would probably be against the idea, but I would not say, no, we ain't doing that shit. No, I would be against the idea, but I'd still say, if we have to, go on ahead. Get the abortion.
There is one thing I will say about the IUD, because I did use it for a while, but is that if with an IUD you do manage to still get knocked up, it's pretty much guaranteed that it will be a tubal pregnancy, which is something that will kill both of you. So,
which means it's not a viable pregnancy, which means it's not actually an abortion when you have to do the procedure.
Yeah.
It is saving your actual life.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the baby's not going to survive a tubal pregnancy, and neither are you. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But those can happen, and they will still freaking call them. Some places will still call that an abortion. So the mom gets to live with that, and that I think kind of sucks.
Yeah, that does. That's unfair.
The only like birth control I really use is the NuvaRing, and I guess it's been more reliable to me, at least, because I can keep up with it. And, I didn't want to take the pills or anything because it's too much.
Yeah, I've tried them all, and I'm too bad at keeping up with my.
So
the NuvaRing, I didn't like it.
So
I got used to it.
So the opinion that I gave before in one of the other streams is the opinion that I would probably give to someone like this woman here, the dildo rack woman, with her many racks of dildos of many shapes and sizes. The opinion that I gave is that if your condom is fitting like a garbage bag, that is the fault of you and the guy that you're hooking up with, because you should be getting condoms that fit. And the most common problem that I've seen with this, and this is what I can speak with having experience for, is that there are very few brands that will make sure to properly feature and also advertise their contraceptions. Because the problem is, For most people, they'd be like, well, Carl, why don't they just buy a Trojan if it's a big boy, and then buy a normal one? Fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, about things made in contraception land. They lie to you. Yeah, Magnum Trojan condoms are normal-sized condoms. There's nothing Magnum about them. They call them Magnum because they expect people to buy them more often because, well, you don't want to have a small dick, do you? You don't want to buy a normal condom. Get the Magnum.
You want to feel like your pee-pee big.
Yeah, you got to get the Magnum condom for your Magnum dong.
It's just like women pant sizes. Women pant sizes are so difficult because they keep changing the numbers so that you will have a smaller and smaller number.
And that's just like with American fucking measurements for women's clothings. When you start wearing US women's clothing and European clothing, shit gets all out of fucking whack. Because they don't have the same measuring system. And they also don't have these different measuring systems for how to adjust for alterations for large sizes and also wide sizes. That's a goddamn nightmare. Like, I have a belt.
We basically don't have wide sizes.
Like, I have a belt over in the other room that a lady happened for.
Wide and husky is American thing.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence.
Here you get more X's on your L.
Yes.
It just gets generally bigger, but it stays the same proportion. When we get American size T-shirts, when more X's are added, they don't get taller. They just get wider.
Yeah, I actually hate that.
So, like, I have a belt that a woman left behind for reasons that will remain undescribed. That is probably the biggest of the issue, because if you were to look at it, you'd think that it's just an ornamental belt. No, it's a belt with a belt extender hoop on the other side to make sure that it can get to its enclosure and actually fit over. It's one of the ones that you use as a mid-waist sizer for 2-piece or 3-piece dresses that women can wear for pantsuits that fit over your midriff, so it holds your shirt down. Those things are a fucking nightmare for people to properly buy if you happen to shop across the countries. Because if you find them that are made in American style, that shit's not going to fucking fit the other European clothes. But just get back on the topic of the condom. There are very few companies that properly sell the proper sized and advertised sized condoms. The only place you could probably find a proper brand that does this is you have to go to a proper legitimate sex shop, or you need to go to a proper big industry store where they're going to have the aisle full of these things. Because if you just go to a normal family planning center, you'll be lucky enough if the only brands that you see aren't Durex and Trojan. There are a bunch of other ones too, but the ones that people usually grab for, and it's the ones that are used inside the health clinics, is Trojan and most definitely Durex. For them, they get the barely skin condoms because they come in the little small blue package and they're easy to hand out because they are the proper standard size. Those ones are the exact same size of Magnum condoms. For some of the Magnum XL brands, they might be about yay large compared to about yay large if people were looking at the screen and looking at my hands.
I have a Magnum in my drawer, and I also have the Trojan Ultra Thin, so you're saying they might be the same size?
Yes, if they've been made and manufactured around the same production size around the same time, they're probably going to be the exact same size. They might be like a little bit larger or a little bit smaller, but not by much. If you want the actual like Magnum gag penis size to, your micro penis size, you're going to have to go to a sex shop and look for one in your size. So unless you're like this woman, who more than likely has a drawer full of condoms of that size, for demonstration purposes with her dildos, of course, more than likely, not every woman's going to have those things on hand. And at that point, you're just going to have to do the awkward shuffle down to your local mart so that Sanjeet can watch you buy those condoms. And he'll be like, is that everything for you today, ma'am? I see you've bought the Magnum condom, so your Magnum dong. Do you need to buy anything else with your slippy? Like, you're going to have that awkward moment, okay? And that will be your form of contraception. The embarrassment you'll have to see when Sanjeet sees you leave the store with your random Dick, Tom, and Harry with your Magnum-sized Slurpee for your Magnum-sized dong. Okay? All right.
God damn it.
Get back to where we were before. Now, that being said, everything else, Francis Coppola, that's fine. You can have it. Condoms, don't lie to me, and don't lie to men. It is easier for women to go buy condoms than men to buy condoms. And do not say, damn, it's really hard for us. Because you know what I don't see bumped very often? Spermicidal lube. Spermicidal lube.
Carl, do you trust a woman-bought condom?
I will run it under a faucet. Because I will tell you from my college experience, no, I don't trust women in college to give me condoms. A frat guy like a frat bro from Alpha Kappa Alpha or fucking Delta or fucking Omega Psi Sigma Rho, in the fictional land of college land, if a homie from the fictional college of Gamma Psi Gamma was to tell me, bro, you about to go hit Tony? You gotta go have sex with Sarah? Bro, you gotta come back to the house, bro. We gotta get you loaded up, bro. I expect them to have an entire shrine dedicated, a shrine of boning, if you will, that will just have the mini conquest pictures of the women that they have slept with, but it'll have a nice, literal, industrial arrangement of condom size, where they will have the resident gay of the fraternity measure you to make sure you're getting the appropriate condoms you need. I expect that to happen because I've actually seen this happen.
Holy shit.
I'm not going to tell you what fraternity they were a part of, but I have seen such a shrine exist, and it was labeled with each name of each member with condoms of their size. So that if they were hooking up back at the frat house, they knew exactly where to grab one from. It even had lockets and keys. Not joking.
No lie, if I was a dude, I would not trust any condom that I did not buy myself.
Because, like, the way that they explained that they had this system designed is that they all pitch in at least $100 from each member, including the pledges. So they were getting at least $100, because if you're going to college, you're going to more likely have money that you can just pull from your student fund. I wouldn't pull money from my student fund. I just went and got those fucking, the Durex condoms. But they pulled money from people who were signed pledges and registered members. They all pulled in the money, and even old fucking alumni donated money too, which really for them, they didn't have to spend much because it's like, oh, the old donors sent us money this year. They sent like $10,000 to make sure that we could have safe sex. No joking. And down here in the South, there's a bunch of businessmen that have a bunch of fucking dues they pay for their fraternity, so it's a whole thing. They would donate the money, and then with that money, they would go around and go with the dude, give them an allowance, and they buy the condom, and then they examine the condom brand that they bought, they find that brand, and then they contact the distributor to send them an amount for a shipment. And they would pay them directly. It would arrive in a crate, with all fucking assorted sizes they need from whatever fucking distributor they're getting it from, and then they put them in the fucking cubbyhole. And then that's your condom.
Damn.
I didn't see a problem with this at all. Because this was actually something that sorority sisters suggested to them. Like, hey, we know that our sorority sisters are going to go to your frat parties and they're going to get fucked. Can you make sure that you're not sending them back to us barefoot and pregnant? And they're like, bro, dude, I got you.
Nice.
Now, next video. This one's going to be upsetting.
Patient condition.
Okay.
I'm going to be ready to be upset.
The inherent misogyny of this neck-bearded virgin aside, I will...
So the person he's reacting to is just a random user, but this is an Antifa super soldier, everybody! We found one!
Oh, no.
Oh my god, he's a super soldier! Look at that! Oh my god, is that a shell casing on his necklace? Oh my god, it is so fabulous.
Oh, he's such a badass.
So,
Yeah, boy.
lefties say the wildest shit. All these chicks who are, I will take up arms, sure, sweetie. Let's let him talk.
I'll say this to all the women that are considering arming themselves or organizing with other leftists, other women, and anyone who believes in human rights. I understand that firearms are not as accessible to urban populations after the Mulford Act, Reagan.
He means blacks.
Wow.
It could mean other brown people too, like geez, Carl.
But see, the left, they can't say that word. They're not allowed.
Dude, leftists are the most racist people I've ever fucking talked to.
I also don't believe in human rights.
They don't say the N-word, guys. They're nice. They're trying to help
Right?
you.
Oh yeah, no, they're not racist because they don't use the N-word.
I didn't call them African American or night skinned, but I knew you wanted to.
But the last time an oppressed populace tried arming themselves, it was black people, and it was the only time the NRA actually supported gun control. I also know the feds be watching, so here's my advice. You can't be considered a paramilitary group or a militia if you're just using airsoft guns and you're just training. I mean, going out into the woods with your friends on the weekends. The reason I mention this is because a SWAT team in Texas invited a 16-year-old Japanese airsoft player to train with them. The kid had never touched a gun before in his life. This kid blew away each SWAT drill with record time, which proved that gas-powered airsoft training translates to real-life recoil anticipation condition, reload speed, muzzle discipline, trigger discipline, accuracy, stability, precision. So if leftists can't make an army, why don't we just make a national airsoft team?
A national airsoft team.
Oh boy, because you wouldn't know a fucking barrel from a goddamn penis hole? That's why?
He's right about the Japanese dude, but that's because there are people in Japan that are absolutely obsessed with guns, but since they're not allowed, they make replicas that are that even replicate the recoil of whatever caliber it is that they're into and stuff, but it's airsoft. It's the only way to legally be a gun nut in Japan. So I believe it, because they take that shit seriously. They like that shit. The ones that are into it, they're called gun otakus and shit. I believe that part. I do not believe that this dude's ever fucking held one.
He left out the part where Japan is probably one of the strictest fucking countries and island nations when it comes to gun control.
But swords are fine.
He also decided to leave in that part where he's like, yes, the girlies can do this, but he's then specifically calling on other members to be like, hey, yo, we should do this out in the woods. I have never seen a leftist go out in the woods, even with paintball rifles, because I and my friends have actually gone out to the woods when I was able to actually talk to my friends, and we had paintball rifles, specifically in a place where we could be safe and that no one would mistake us for shooting at someone.
Yeah.
Because, when you actually get hit by a paintball pellet, you're going to feel it. And also, if you hear a paintball pellet being fired from a distance inside of the woods, and this was on someone's property, which is the other key caveat here. It's not just that you're going out to the woods. You need to notify the nearby police departments about what you're doing. Because if you're not somewhere that's out in the sticks, if they get called to an active shooter scene, they're not going to ask questions. Even if you very clearly are in airsoft rifle gear. They cannot afford to question. If you're on someone's property and you just happen to hear random paintball firing sounds or airsoft firing sounds, because realistically, an airsoft pellet is almost the exact same sound as some bullets, depending on what kind of gas chamber it's being fired through. When you hear these things in the distance, you're not going to know if it is a gunshot or not. So there's that. But then the second thing with that is that realistically, there's this particular kind of airsoft pellet you're supposed to use. It's this small cylindrical type that's it's like the logo of the Sega Saturn when it's actually outside of the container. No, I'm serious. It's like a small little spherical air disc ball that fires out and is as small as a fucking pellet, but is made of memory foam. So you could shoot it at someone's head and it's not going to damage them. Because I think there is a TikTok, or at least a video of some kind, where a person's showing off what these bullets look like, and they're shooting them at liquid LED screens. Liquid LED. LED means liquid element. They're showing them at LED screens, and they're showing off the way that they impact, and they're just beaming a big, $250 LED screen for a gaming computer on a console, and the screen is getting fucking destroyed by the hard pellets. That is the difference. You could still kill somebody with some airsoft pellets if you really tried.
Yeah, and imagine if they decide to be retarded and use BBs.
Oh, fucking Christ, BB guns.
Yeah, no.
People are,
really
a lot of people be like, BB guns, and I'm like, no, people used to kill shit with BB guns.
They see you go hunting with that.
Yeah.
That's the reason why we put them in fucking glass cases at Walmart. Who remembers the fucking guy who made the fucking Twitter posts about talking about, I can't believe you guys are selling this, and it's like, my guy, that's dead ass a Red Ryder rifle.
He was from the UK, and he was like, I can't find an adapter plug for my electronics. Look what I can find. Guns.
In fact, I'm pretty sure
He flat out said they have weapons of war at Walmart, and I was like, bro, it's a kid's toy and it's behind glass. Locked glass.
I'm pretty sure I made a
They do sell
TikTok
actual
about it.
guns in certain Walmarts.
They do.
I know that.
Like down here in the South, we definitely do. But it's the same fucking checks you're gonna have at a gun store, and they're not gonna sell it to you over the counter unless you're picking it up and they've already ran all your shit.
Yeah.
Then it comes in a fucking case that is locked and sealed. That is not going to be unsealed. It's much like how they have the security tags on clothing. So make sure you don't steal them. They have an extra security tag that has a lock on it. And there's also a dressed officer, because in the big Walmarts, like the big overnight 24/7, both side entrances with the pharmacy on one side and like the eye center in the middle, and then like a compartment combination indoor restaurant. Like the one we have down here on this side of town, it has a combination Subway. And then there's another one that has a combination Taco Bell. Those ones, you have a plainclothes officer that is nearby the counter that's watching what's happening. You have a security team that's watching the glass containers at all hours of business operation. And they'll leave a officer circling around the Walmart at night to make sure that nobody makes off with one. And then you have officers waiting and standing by that may be on break between on calls for quotas that are going to be around, that if somebody were to try something with this, you're not making it out of that Walmart. You're not making it out of the Walmart, okay? And let's also put into context that all of this is to say, hey guys, we can't own weapons if we want to go shoot people in defense of birth control, so let's go out in the woods and train on airsoft rifles so we can defend our rights.
What the fuck, Nick?
I mean, the best question is asking is always, where? Where is this right? Do you have a right to privacy, which means the government cannot look into your records without a warrant.
Mm-hmm.
But the inherent right to abort does not exist. There is nothing that ever said in any part of the Constitution or the Declaration you can abort your child in any form of language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It is just Amendment 4 that states you have the right to person, your property, your documents, and your effects.
And this is not even bringing up Norma. And that's not even bringing up the fact that Norma lied. That's not even bringing up that fact. But like...
Originally outlawing abortion was even a thing to protect women, especially prostitutes, because they wanted to keep their children.
Mm-hmm. Who's got birds in the background?
We've kind of inverted the whole... The women inverted the whole thing right now.
Yeah, that is a good question. Where is that background sound coming from?
Nobody else in here hear birds?
I am hearing birds.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are the morning birds getting too loud?
Oh, it's of course. It's nighttime here in America, but it's morning for you.
Yes. Okay. Then that makes sense. That's all we need to know.
I forgot. Our pocket German. All right. Next one. This one is a two-parter.
Okay.
Jay, are you still with us? You haven't said anything.
It's the weed repeating itself.
Oh, Jay has left us, actually. Wow. She dipped on us.
Yeah, she said that she just had to go. I caught that in the channel general, not video general, but the general chat when I tapped the little speech bubble in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine.
Welcome to Why Learn from History, when you can just repeat it. Today we're learning about Decree 7070, which is a decree of the communist Romanian government under Ceausescu signed in 1967, restricting abortion, contraception, and intended to create a new and large Romanian population. Modern Mirror, we all know about abortion bans, but before somebody hops in here saying they're just giving power back to the states, Mitch McConnell acknowledges a national abortion returned. Legal experts also saying it's going to usher in a new era of restricted access to birth control as well. Makes sense with states like Idaho considering banning Plan B, Tennessee wanting to overturn a case that expanded access to contraception for unmarried people, Louisiana that would classify abortion as homicide and likely restrict access to Plan B and IUDs. We can't forget the Arizona Senate candidate running on the campaign to remove our access to birth control, including condoms, because the Catholic Church says he should. As far as population increasing, Alito referred to babies as a domestic supply of infants that was too low, making them a commodity in the supply-demand chain and making pregnant people vessels in which to incubate them. This is also a direct practice of chattel slavery, in which the state was allowed to violate your marriage, impregnate your wife, and steal your babies in order to serve the interest of the white masters and their financial gain in the slave trade. Before 1967, Romania did have a lot of abortions, but this was because of poor access to contraceptive methods. Modern Mirror, from 2008 to 2011, we saw a significant decrease in the number of abortions, but even though this number was decreasing since 2008,
Oh, this is in your field of expertise. She's directly trying to quote the Guttmacher Institute.
The Lifer said
She's so overwhelmed me with her babble that I can't follow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. It's just so much. It's what I call commie babble.
Mm-hmm.
They just shower you down with stuff. Like, sometimes it makes sense. She seems to at least have a logical strain there. Other commies that do this, they're just babbling, completely psychotic nonsense.
This is it's a trend.
I'm sorry, it's too late for me, and I just took sleep meds. I have trouble following what she's saying.
Okay. But this is actually.
Why is she talking about only Romania?
No, she just brought up. She just brought up Romania.
All over the place. I don't know about any black people in Romania.
She brought up Romania, but the places where she's citing this from is she's looking directly at threads that were linked from the Guttmacher Institute. You can see the link right there on the screen.
Yeah.
But this is an entire trend that they have on TikTok where they will spew a bunch of gish gallop at you. And will overwhelm you with, well, see, this is in an article, so it was said. This was in an article. Here it was said. Here, this is an article. It was said. And it's like
studies show that this is true.
In this case, she's just cherry picking stuff from Guttmacher. She's not gonna use the whole set. She's not gonna interpret the whole set. Just like she will never look at the whole set of data of the CDC, because that as well debunks her claims.
Mm-hmm.
When they're on Twitter, all these wonderful people that are for pro-choice, so important. Nobody aborts children in the fetuses in the 9th month. Then you look at the CDC data, and it's about 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck off.
Now, I have a question because I think it was mentioned somewhere a long while ago. Wasn't there a stat somewhere that said that there were at most a few million abortions had in a year?
I'm not sure.
US, it's about 500,000 per year right now. Oscillates around the 500,000 mark.
Oh, 500,000? Okay.
It peaked somewhere in the 90s, I think, where it was 700,000 or 800,000 or something. Like in 93, I believe. But it went down and oscillates around 500,000.
500,000 a year.
Yes.
Ooh.
And with the Guttmacher data that we have, we can tell that way over 90%, like I'm being generous here, way over 90% of these are not the result of rape or medical reasons. Over 99% of those are not the result of rape. These are all by choice, and half of them never used any contraceptives.
Yep, that one was just run by,
So when you apply actual hard numbers to these percentages, it gets really scary.
I will say this though, as some of the stats that she is talking about. I think that contraceptives should be allowed everywhere. Like these places that are banning them.
I think they should be more readily available and
I think they
kind of cheap,
readily available,
but not like cheap on quality at least.
Yeah, you want a lower cost with good or better quality than what would be considered trusted brands.
When I bought like the condoms that I got a couple months ago, I think they were like $7 to $8.
If you want to subsidize something, subsidize condoms and stuff, and not abortions.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. And I feel
No.
like that should be the trade-off.
They want you to like subsidize like period products too.
Yeah.
If anything, contraceptives should be as available as they want abortions to be.
And female healthcare products.
Look, we're making abortions completely illegal, but we're going to make it easier for everybody to get a hold of contraceptives. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Do that. Do it that way.
We talked about the way the laws are made last time. That the position that a lot of people who think they are pro-choice have about when an abortion is not okay anymore, and they often do cut off after the 3rd month. They would consider it by the actual activists as pro-lifers. And they're not aware of that. They think they have the same choice, the same position, and think this is what choice means. that it's okay for rape, for medical conditions until the 3rd month, and after that it's just super exceptions, like medical conditions that you can't detect before that. That is the position of most women. And they believe themselves to be pro-choice because there is a choice in the first months.
Yeah,
But
no, mine.
the actual activists think they are pro-life.
I think it would still be pro-life. Because I think it pro-life, especially you're putting those stipulations on it where it needs to be medically necessary, then you're pro somebody's life there. Because somebody's is at risk or somebody's needs to be at risk.
Yeah, but it's essentially the actual activists that call themselves pro-choice, they're the hard activists. They should be referred, they would be more aptly referred to as pro-abortionists, because they want abortion at every point, including after birth.
I've heard this argument.
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane.
After birth?
I have.
Yes.
Up to and including birth, and in some cases, like what was it, the Ralph Northam thing? Sorry. He said that if the procedure fails, they put the baby down, they make it comfortable and whatnot, leave the room, and discuss with the parent further action. So I guess you could say even shortly after post-birth in
and that is
those circumstances.
Yeah, and that is a violation of constitutional and human rights, because that child has been born, and that child is definitely subject to these protections.
Yeah, I was gonna say after they're born, like they're definitely like count if they're not gonna count it before.
They are alive.
Yeah. Your only decision then is to keep it or give it to adoption.
And they are out and being humans, and that's human rights. They get them definitely there. No question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and most Western countries have these laws that it's forbidden, abortion is forbidden, and then you add exceptions like rape, medical things, time frame for 1 to 3 months, and that's that.
Yeah, that's where I stand. I just don't think it should be oops, I don't feel like being a mom, but I was partying that weekend, and oh shit, I'm gonna fucking do this. They need to deal with their shit. They need to own their shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or it's a boy, now kill it.
And yeah, that's ridiculous.
And that's
under certain circumstances, it's totally timed. That I think that I can sympathize, get it. And I think it should be able to be accessed with medical professionals saying, yeah, this is gonna need to happen. There's just no way about it, kind of deal. Otherwise, make forms of contraceptive accessible to everybody. And that's the trade-off.
Yeah, more accessible than abortion by leagues.
Yes, exactly.
And make it cheaper, but not lower quality.
Like when I had to get my Nuva ring, I needed insurance to get that, like some sort of health insurance. And it's not free, like if you try to get it from like Walgreens.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue watching the rest of it because we still have another extra seconds and then another 45 after it.
Since 2008, pro-lifers said that it was because of the abortion restrictions made in 2011. Aside from that making no sense whatsoever, from 2008 to 2011, the amount of unintended pregnancies ending in abortion actually increased. In actuality, the decrease in the number of abortions was because of the decrease in the number of unintended pregnancies, quite literally called the common sense notion. In fact, 68% of people using contraception accounted for 5% of unintended pregnancies, while the 14% that used no contraception accounted for over half. At the time of the enactment, Romania's birth rate was at an all-time low, and while they blamed it on the fact that
Yes, Wisp.
Yep.
She is saying a few times there that a lot of it has to do with contraceptives. I think she's on at least the similar wavelength of contraceptives need to be more accessible and better quality.
Mm-hmm.
She's at least got that.
I guess what I'm hearing is also that, well, if you end Roe versus Wade, you're going to end contraceptive availability. So therefore, we must keep Roe v. Wade intact to keep contraceptive availability.
Yeah, that's dumb.
You can add more before, after, during all these rulings. If the ruling does not get overturned, if it does, you can literally just say you can make contraceptives more affordable, more available, and still maintain quality at any time. Literally.
I can imagine there being some.
It shouldn't affect that. It shouldn't affect contraceptives. That's.
I can see there's
Exactly.
being
So
some more
if that is the
religiously
argument-
fundamentalist-run state somewhere that goes super hard into the other direction and would ban contraceptives, but that would be the absolute outlier, and I think that would also be a hard counter-reaction to the extreme position where the left has gone at this point.
I also feel
Well,
like
it's just the pendulum swinging the other way at the same extreme.
I also feel like if that were to happen, they would immediately have to give up the position because they'd be mocked by everyone.
Yeah.
Because we'd start mocking the people who live in that state of like, oh, you're from North Dakota? Hey, everybody, this guy's from Gimme a Baby, North Dakota. Look at him, motherfucker.
Oh god.
Yep.
It would be common, and it would be the American spirit to do so, because not only would it be, okay, so people in North Dakota, in this fantasy universe I'm talking about, have to now travel to South Dakota to get their abortions, they would more than likely have people mocking them the entire way up, and then the entire way back, saying, oh, look who's 150 pounds lighter! It'd be very common. We'd be seeing memes about it on Twitter. We would see people making jokes about it. There would be movies that would be making references to the memes and jokes we'd see about it. It'd be a whole Morbin situation. And it would get to the point where the people who are the lawmakers who passed those laws in the first place would then be like, okay, you can have your fucking contraceptions, but no abortions still. And then they'd get mocked out about that and get mocked back, and they'd have to walk it further and further back until eventually you arrive right back where you were, or people would just leave that state entirely. And then when we start asking about why does the state GDP suck so much, oh, it's because all the people left because we're crazy fundamentalists that decided to invocate this dumbass rule about contraceptions. The only people who live here are married couples and people who are part of orgies. I don't think that would be the world they live in, but I know I see this argument a lot where they say if you ban abortions, then there will be unrampant pregnancies because then contraception, when really the majority of people who are getting the abortions are people who do not like contraception, especially leftists.
Yeah.
Leftists do not like condoms. They also don't like being told no.
They were like, I thought they were more about like safe sex and like consent rules and all this stuff.
Some of them, maybe.
Control you with the consent rules.
They are on the outside.
Leftists are degenerates.
Inside they lure you into, oh yeah, start, what's the word? Start suffocating me and shit. And like, dude, we didn't even make a safe word. Fuck's wrong with you?
They're the same people that'll make TikToks bragging about, oh, I got an abortion yesterday and it was a boy. Yay, me! Yeah, they're those kind of people. Yeah, last man in the world.
Yeah.
They're also the same people that paint with their period blood.
That's bizarre. I don't like that.
Oh God, please.
And the same people that if they have a boy, they convince that boy that they're a girl.
All right, let's continue.
It's either they convince the boy, if they keep the boy, that they're a girl, or they're the enemy. So
they're a horrible person and they want to be a girl.
Ally of some shit.
Yeah.
Or they have to be an ally or gay, which you can't just say, okay, you're gay now. But you're gay now. Okay, mommy. That does not happen.
Oh my God, the ones that brag that they only buy their boy girls toys and dresses and stuff, and like, I get it, you want a girl, so try again.
They want them to be a girl, or they want to be an ally.
Shit.
But no, they also try to erase toxic masculinity by feminizing the boys.
Toxic femininity is a thing, and it's happening hardcore.
It's been happening for what? God, I'm 30.
It's not
I've been part of that. I have lived in toxic femininity. It's been going on for 50 years, and it's getting worse. Over the past
it's nothing. It's
5 or
nothing
10.
new. It's just that it's
been going
rampant on the loose, and it made us. It conditioned the people into not saying anything against it anymore.
Yeah.
You're a bad person if you criticize what the psychotic woman wants to do.
Because women are strong and independent and don't need no man, but also depressed or oppressed at the same time by man at the exact same time.
You know, we are oppressed by the men. We don't fuck on.
Oppressed by the cat food prices.
I mean,
actually, I've been seeing them cat food prices. That shit's being expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's starting to cost more than my dog.
$5
my
for a
dog
bag
is
of
like
cat food.
90 pounds.
Now let's finish this because there's some in here that y'all are gonna fucking be wilding out about, and I'm actually sad that Jay left one because the one that I used for the thumbnail, y'all going to believe that shit.
Legal was actually because
Is that
of the
coming up
standard
soon?
of
Let's
living.
see it.
Modern
I don't know if it's soon, but it's towards the end.
Mirror, half of
Right.
Gen Z
I'm
doesn't
tired of
want to
this
have kids,
shit.
largely because they aren't financially secure and feel they never will be. Can't blame us. The federal minimum wage hasn't moved from $7.25 an hour since 2009, even though the new living wage is defined as $16.54 an hour. Since then, the cost of living has also increased by 20%. Our national child care cost is unaffordable for 63% of full-time working parents, and should they choose to leave the workforce, they can risk losing up to 3 to 4 times their salary. Not that they can leave anyway. America is one of the literal only countries that doesn't have government
This is where it flows into the next one.
worse mental health.
Oh God,
maternity
Gen Z,
leave.
it's okay. Gen Z doesn't need to be
up to 3 to
reproducing.
4 times their salary. Not that they can leave anyway. America is one of
Some
the
of them
literal
do.
only countries that doesn't have government-mandated paid leave for new parents. I'd be remiss if I didn't add America is the most expensive country for childbirth. Gen Z also doesn't want to pass their mental health issues on to their children. Of course, America has the worst mental health-related outcomes and are
The borderliners don't
access
care.
or affordability issues between all high-income countries. They also don't want to bring their children into a society that doesn't care about climate change. I bet you didn't even hear about the scientific
God damn it!
JP Bank
We don't care about climate change.
But of course, the government sees us as a future generations vital for funding Social Security and Medicare for the elderly. Let's see how this worked out for Romania. Part 2.
There will not be a part 2 with her.
This is just,
Oh God.
Oh god. So
Okay,
everything
hold on now.
everything is at fault.
let's-
Everything is at fault.
Everything else's fault. We're getting abortions because
now
you don't believe in climate change.
Oh no, because the apocalypse is coming. That's why we won't have children. Yeah, but how the fuck is the human race supposed to survive the apocalypse if there's no one around to survive it?
Honestly, the human race actually really could use a couple more real plagues because we're overpopulating the planet. Except Japan, they're having the opposite problem, but everybody else is overpopulating.
I wouldn't say we're overpopulating. I think we're just kind of getting too many wrong people in the population. We need to kind of cleanse that out.
Whoa, hey.
Oh shit!
I call me.
No, it's
By the way, please do not take
thing
this
is
seriously at all. Everyone, just this is a joke. I am not being serious.
We need to just
You
bring
can
back
actually
natural
do
selection.
with a little bit more population.
Ramp up them Darwin Awards.
Natural
Just
selection,
take
perfectly fine.
look, take safety labels off of everything. Let nature sort it out, and we should be a sustainable sized population. It would go back to natural selection.
I mean, I am for Darwin Awards. I can hand some motherfuckers some Darwin Awards.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to make a section for racially motivated Darwin Awards, but hey, I'm for it.
Whoa.
Wait.
No, Darwin Awards is when they take.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Somebody fucks. If the gap between fucking around and finding out need to narrow, so when people have some social Darwin Awards, we open up we shall open those up. That will add to it. It'll be funny. Well, we'll make a series of it. It'll be like live links.
Okay, I get it.
The Darwin Award only counts when you haven't reproduced yet.
Well,
yeah, that's true.
Well, once they get through this, they're not going to be able to reproduce again.
Yeah. On the overpopulation thing, that's not really a problem. And developed nations naturally, as we've seen throughout the world through the last century, their reproduction rates flatten and then oscillate around the reproduction rate if you do not intervene at all. Unless, of course, you have some weird religion that tells you must have 8 children to take over the world. That's the only other instance where that gets out. The problem is then,
though, is
if
that
you have
we've extended elderly people's lives,
Mm-hmm.
and we keep doing that. We keep finding ways to do that longer and longer. And that's,
that's
part of
those
the
that
population
want to work
thing
longer.
is that we're having more babies each year than elderly people are kicking it each year.
Yeah,
and
but,
that's what causes the imbalance.
Yeah, but that's just how you deal with the elderly. Like when you just throw them out, even though your company can still use their expertise and knowledge and wisdom. And some have really special skills that they honed all their lives, and you can't even replace them properly unless you give them, like, here's your apprentice, give him your super special skill. We have some of those in the industry south of here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but for every one of those, we have like thousands that their quality of life is shit because they don't even know who they are anymore. But we're just keeping them alive to keep them alive, and that's
but those build up really fast.
Cruel.
Especially when it's men, when they get out of jobs, they wilt up really fast because they define themselves through their work, and if they feel worthless, their health declines really fast. So that's not really the issue. What is the real issue is when you have mass immigration into your social system because your government says, well, we need new workers to pay up the social security system. Yeah, but then why is the mass of these immigrants immigrating into the social security system? That makes no sense.
They don't freaking pay into the social security system, though.
Yes.
They don't pay taxes to it. Like, what the fuck are they talking
Yeah,
about?
exactly. It's just bullshit. It's for other reasons, if anything. Yeah, but and their home countries are now lacking these people building up any industry there. The problem is also that in the developed nation, people of course use more energy because we have more luxury shit here. So we actually reproducing less is okay. And those other countries that still have to build themselves up, they're using less energy, they're polluting less because the industry isn't even there. Once the industry goes up, their child mortality goes down because their healthcare improves, their child mortality, their reproduction rate will also fall. So it's just build your fucking quality of life in your nation, and this overpopulation problem goes away naturally. There's the fear of that. If we just let people run around and move into other countries' social security systems, then it's just fucked up.
Mm-hmm. All right,
because we also create generations that are just dependent on the social security system, as we have in Germany with the Turks.
Okay, we have to move on now, though.
Well, I was going to make a point about the minimum wage thing, because
go ahead.
the federal minimum wage has been flat for years and years, about half my life, and yet somehow the average wage has been increasing. It's almost as if, now hear me out here, we didn't need a federal minimum wage to tell us what the fuck we need to pay our workers.
Yeah.
Because when productivity increases and job performance increases and even job openings decrease, you'll be incentivized to make more money and therefore keep workers on who are good, paying them more.
Here's what the federal minimum
how
wage
that works.
does. Federal minimum wage is what pushes up the cost of living, because companies don't want to eat a cost they didn't sign up for eating. So they raise prices.
Exactly.
They raise prices of shit when they have to pay their workers more. That's how they make up for it, and then everything's expensive again. And it's just going to keep doing that.
The cost of living is vastly different between states and different ends of the country. We have that same thing here. Where it's like you get a month's worth of food for what you pay in the farthest part of the West. It's insane. Like you go there and you just think, oh, okay, I'm gonna buy some shit. I'm probably gonna pay like $30 for that. And then it's like $8. Like what the fuck?
The wild expansions that one could have on an excursion.
And then you understand why the social security is also lower in that part of the country.
The wild amounts.
It just doesn't cost as much.
The wild amounts of interactions people could have if they wanted to go out and learn the definition of Negronomics is expensive and is necessary. Because when you learn how to do extreme couponing, you're going to learn how to make things work, but that would require people to be innovative, but they don't want to do that. Either way, next video.
All
right.
The part that
Oh my god.
Here's the part they're not blatantly saying, but some of them have said it. This is the U.S. birth rate graph from the CDC. That line right there, across in the middle, is the replacement rate. It means that for every American that we lose, another one is born. And we've been below it since 1970. Which means they cannot replace the workforce at a sustainable rate. And we've been trending down again.
And yet the population's going up.
Citizens to start having more births. You could create a living wage, have paid parental leave, have support and social programs for people who can't afford to take care of their kids. But that's a lot of work. Or you undo the thing that keeps people from forcing people to stay pregnant. They don't think it's murder, it's about money.
Can we say that this is a schizo take from NC the NB?
Yeah.
Probably,
Yeah. Yeah, I also think she shouldn't have children.
Yeah.
That was probably the most blunt thing you've said so far.
I mean, oh, it's this guy.
Yeah, I thought we'd be saying him again.
Woo!
He's back.
Either
Oh,
way,
no.
I might.
You're dipping out?
Okay.
Shy.
Want to say goodnight and have fun.
Goodbye, everybody. Everybody wave goodbye to Wisp. We love you, Wisp. We'll see you soon again.
Goodbye.
Good night.
See you soon.
Night.
All right, now who's prepared for schizo queered Bishop round 2?
I was about to say, look, we get
I'm ready.
both of them this time, these guys.
Good, the bad, and all sorts of crazy.
All sorts of ugly, too.
What happens if all those white women that you want to bear all these white babies decide to turn to the dark side?
Oh my god.
That gets me every fucking time. Now, see, the music being used here is technically being used because it's the sound effect of his video. I don't think he has this on his.
Indigenous side.
Oh no, that is the sound effect that he chose.
Okay,
Okay, so Murphy did that to be a dick. but that is not taking him out of context. They had a further argument on a live because that's footage from him being outside amongst nature. Where a lot of people like to do this sometimes. Sometimes they're inside of their fucking production studio. Sometimes they're just walking around their apartments or their house. Some people like to go outdoors and frolic in the grass. That's a whole trend too. Just black men frolicking outside.
So that everybody can see that they are the main character.
More or less,
The
yes.
main character to what? A whole story of NPCism?
Yes.
Their fucking delusion. It's main character syndrome.
But like, no one made him say this. This is what he said. So he said to himself, "This is gonna be a great thing. This is gonna be really, really good."
What happens if all those white women that you want to bear all these white babies decide to turn to the dark side?
Too late. They already do.
Yeah.
I already do that.
They intermix with everybody. There's an
I was gonna say white babies.
He said white babies to make fun of all those people who live south of the Southern Dixie line. All the ones that look at the cousin and all have somebody who's got a name that's surnamed with a hyphen, like Bubba Joe, Bubba Jean.
I hate to break it to this guy, but that's not what white Southerners sound like, even if you're making fun of them. That's
Only
what,
rare exceptions.
That's what gay people sound like.
Oh,
Deadass!
You gotta put the draw on there like, hey, my sister mama. No, he said white babies.
White babies.
White babies. That's Mr. Slave from South Park.
Mm-hmm.
That's the voice he's doing right there. He's doing Mr. Slave from South Park.
I don't know why these. I don't know why.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why this kind of man exists, but can we get rid of this phenotype of black man? This particular phenotype? The gay stereotype that assumes everybody else is a stereotype?
I'm gonna freaking, when I leave here, I'm on full screen this. and find out that I've been canceled like 10 times
No, your question, Carl, we will be accused of eugenics, and we will be fucking canceled. But even if that was an option, I'd still say no. This makes up for perfect content. So I'm going to have to say no purely on the basis of content alone.
It's like I am constantly having to, especially when I'm trying to like sell my comic books and shit. So I'm constantly having to walk on eggshells and pussyfoot around and try to say my opinions in the nicest way possible, which I used to not have to do. So it's been a pain in the ass. So right here, I've just been like, everybody else is unfiltered, so I don't think anybody's gonna freak out if I'm unfiltered. I'm being unfiltered.
I am not unfiltered. I am just less filtered.
Well,
I am at minimum filter.
I think I'm like, this is pretty much me unfiltered, without wanting to get banned from something.
So it's minimal filter, but it's
minimal filter, yeah.
there.
Yeah, minimal filter, and I'm gonna find out that like I'm canceled because I'm not full filter like I have to be on a lot of my social media now.
Well, if you wind up being canceled, there's always going to be someone who's going to buy your comic books who will actually like them.
I was about to say, y'all go and buy my comics, right?
I am.
If I get canceled.
Yes, that's the equivalent exchange. She gets canceled because of me. We all must buy her next book.
Oh shit! People even like nah.
Yeah. We just came here to laugh. We didn't want to buy shit.
I don't want to buy your comic. Fuck. Okay.
Or the brown side. Or whatever.
The brown side.
What if they all decide to be lesbians?
Yep. It's time to Murphy some shit. Okay, Thomas, to answer your question, what are we going to do in those white babies? Go to the dark side, brown side, indigenous side, become a lesbian, gay, bisexual? The answer is not a damned thing. Most of us no longer give a shit. It's 2022, and I feel very confident saying that most conservatives no longer give a shit about sexual orientation or race. Most of us understand that being born a specific color does not automatically imbue them with special characteristics or deficiencies. The same thing goes for sexual orientation. Now, most of us don't judge a person's worth based on their immutable characteristics, but ironically, you're the one that keeps pointing out race and sexuality. I wonder why that is. Class dismissed.
Funnily enough, this is the exact TikTok that made people look into his past.
Wow. I was gonna say this dude carries himself like a true sociopath. But so far, like, I haven't disagreed with shit he said, really.
Yeah, I worried with his first video with the Nick Cage face. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck, what the fuck? And then he starts speaking, and it's just like, oh my god, why do I agree with him in any tort? Why do I agree with this psychopath?
Just said the most poignant thing ever.
Like, the worst person you know just said something.
It's the unfortunate side effect of people trying to play the TikTok game where they feel they need to be just as deranged as the people they're reacting to, and it's like...
Well, it's more like they feel like they always have to one-up somebody and
yes.
Have a gotcha over them.
Be a character instead of being themselves. I feel like
actually, you can even be a character and not look so deranged.
That's true.
God. But the thing I have to say is, Carl is a character who is himself. He is his own character, and he plays it up to the perfect degree.
Yeah, these forced facial expressions, these are a lot of like people that are forcing it, and you can just talk. Just talk like a regular person.
Exactly. Or if you want to be, like a character, at least go mild. Pull it mildly, like Carl does. He pulls it mildly. He pulls it out of himself. He displays it and doesn't go absolutely apeshit with it. He does not become Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, he's overacting. And that's kind of what makes what he has to say, it takes away from it.
Exactly.
Because people are looking at them crazy ass faces going, this dude's psycho. They're not listening.
It's the difference. It's what I keep telling people about the jester's privilege. The reason why I can do this is that I'm an actor. I understand what it's supposed to look and sound like. That's why I'm invoking it. I'm creating the straw man before you even make the straw man, and I'm saying, get that switch shit the fuck out of here. You need a genuine icon, motherfucker. God damn.
And the person that left isn't coming back, are they?
No, I don't think so.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh shit!
Like, see, it's the nature because it's late at night, so there are some people that are
Yeah.
gonna cheap the fuck out. But we do want to at least get through the rest of this, and there's not that many left.
God.
This is the exact last one in the thread, so I'm trying to
Okay,
power
I
through
was
it.
gonna say, like, I need to go soon too.
True. So we're almost there.
I'm sorry I talked so much and made it slow.
It's okay.
This
So this one,
conversation, man, that's what happens.
now this one is just a picture, but this is women who didn't need no man all of a sudden want men helping them with Roe v. Wade. Based.
I know, right? Right?
Fair point.
I agree. Agree.
Very fair point.
It's that we're strong, independent women. We don't need no man, but we're also super oppressed by man. Help us, men.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get that Freedom Tunes video
Mm-hmm.
of everyone just talking and what the hell, Dave Rubin just saying, agreed.
You could probably
I just definitely agree.
You could use the YouTube to MP4 converters to do that.
I also can
They will send us to-
screen record.
Mm-hmm. All right, this next one, this take, I think the way that I summarized it was, they're going to make us slaves once they rob us of our wombs.
Y'all know they're gonna overturn Brown versus the Board of Education, right? Yeah. Because public schools about to start charging.
No.
First of
leave
all,
that alone.
public schools in poor areas that are predominantly black are basically detention centers. I went to one, and then I worked at one. At the one that I worked at, you couldn't use the library. They had this big, beautiful library, and literally, like, the librarian wouldn't let the students use it. It was just used for presentation and detention. Or if a teacher had quit and no one could cover the class, they would send the students to a library.
Cookie, leave
it
that
wasn't
alone.
used for reading. And then they're probably going to say something like, oh, if you can't afford to send your kid to school, homeschool them. Oh, and if you can't homeschool your kid, we're going to take them away from you to essentially enslave them. Oh, and we're going to send you to jail too. And this could have all been prevented if you had an abortion. Oh, but wait, you can't have an abortion anymore. And we're taking away roommates. So if you don't have a partner and if you're not married to that partner, you couldn't even have a dual income to even try to save your kid from being taken away. So then you're going to have a lot of BIPOC children in these detention centers, in these prisons, who don't fully know how to read because their parents couldn't afford school. And they couldn't afford to homeschool the kid because, they had to go to work. And we know how knowledge is power. Reading and literacy is what helped enslaved people fight against slavery. Oh, and in those detention centers and in those prisons, they're not going to do what they did during slavery and let us congregate. No, because that's how we did the uprising. They're going to isolate us. No. They're going to put us in solitary confinement. So we did what Khalif Broder did. Go watch his documentary. If this don't make you mad, I don't know what
That makes me confused.
Does anybody want to translate for Precious? Does anybody want to translate for Precious?
Wait.
Hold on.
The first people that are going to do that are the communists that you're obsessed with. They're going to send you to the gulag and in the wall. Bitch.
Yeah.
Sorry, but...
No.
There was a point there that was kind of made. Public schools these days are pretty much trash indoctrination centers.
Oh, this is true. Yeah.
That will teach you, if they don't teach you what, fucking gender ideologies. What is it? The critical race and gender praxis. Then they will teach you Christian praxis. And this is probably going to be very rare, mostly in the South, if it's there at all. But it just teaches you very basic shit. And you're not going to excel too far on that shit unless you are exceedingly brilliant and can go through and skip grades. And so I'm just sitting here thinking, okay, but you think that they're going to separate you because you're black? No.
No, my son.
They're not going to do that.
My son, we both went up there, right? Because they were doing state testing on geometry, and he was flat out like, they won't teach me geometry. I went up there and said, why, teach him fucking geometry. His grade level is supposed to, right? Because he's in like these, he's in these like separated classes.
Oh, these are like
They're giving him the same work that they've been giving him the entire time he has been in high school.
Wait, they've been repeating the curriculum? Are they really thinking are they giving him the same curriculum each year?
They're giving him the first year? I've had to put him in elective classes just to get his grade level of classes because they flat out said he's passing because they're like, oh, what matters is his grades so he can graduate. So we're giving him this easy shit so that they are easy grades so that he can graduate. And I'm like,
well, that's a wonderful way to set him up for failure.
Yeah, and I'm like, excuse me, no, exactly. He's supposed to be learning this other shit.
Is that going on throughout all the state? Because I think we live in the same state. I'm not going to say where, but I think we live in the same state.
We are in a pretty bad, look, I know that he's in a school district that they got excited and put a banner up one year because they were rated adequate.
Oh, God.
I am not fucking kidding. They had a banner up that said rated adequate by, I don't know, however the feds are doing the ratings or whatever. Rated adequate. And I was like, you actually put that up? What the fuck is wrong?
Welcome to Southside High. We
Look, I went to school in the South in Louisiana, and I wasn't in the best school district, and holy shit were their standards way stricter than this adequate place.
Now, where I am, just the city just north, I'll say it because I don't care too much, Cleveland.
Okay, I'm not even anywhere near you. I'm pretty
You're
far.
not even in the same state anymore?
Oh no, I'm in the same state, but you might as well be in a different state. You're like 4 or 5 hours away, I think.
Yeah, well, but in Cleveland they have some elementary schools that were rated excellent. But if it's Cleveland and excellent, I don't know if that's the same standard as adequate out there. It could very well be.
Look, I don't know. All I know is this place. I'm in a small town, but this school district was rated adequate, and they put
and they celebrated it. What the fuck?
They celebrated that, and I'm like, bruh.
That is stupid.
Gotta take it where you can get him.
Right?
Yeah.
And he, but they liked him a lot because he was bringing they flat out told me my son was bringing their score up.
Oh,
and as
God,
soon,
really?
yeah.
Your son was the only one doing it. Holy fuck. Their school must have been.
Right, they said that they loved him because he was a troublemaker, but he was smart, and he was bringing their score up because of his results on the state testing. As soon as he decided, for whatever reason, he got in high school, he decided he didn't give two shits about state testing.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as he decided he didn't give two shits about state testing, the school district stopped giving a shit about him immediately.
Fucking losers.
Yeah.
No,
and that's where they're like, well, he's a troublemaker. We're just going to stick him in this class with other troublemakers and give them busy work, but give them A's for just doing it.
Yeah,
that's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Before we move on any further with videos, there's actually the point that was brought up just before talking about the education system, which was overturning Brown v. Board. How are you I know they think it's like, oh my God, the men are winning, the white men are winning. They're going to take away our rights as black people to go to the same schools as white people. And you're taking that away from the Roe v. Wade decision that has yet to be made.
Yeah.
Because leftist thought that's got more holes in it than shut up Swiss cheese. Shut up Swiss cheese.
You'd imagine the first thing they would take away is the ability to intermeet and breed with the races, because hey, you can still have the schools. Then it just goes back to separate but equal, right? In this worldview that they're proposing, you go back to separate but equal. You still go to the same school, but now all the school classes are segregated amongst the races. Now you have people only being taught by blacks and only being taught by whites, and because of dumbasses before, which ironically enough, there was a particular account here that I was hoping would make something like this, but she didn't. People will know what I'm talking about. It's the woman that I ended up showing Jay the TikTok of. The one that was about having black separatist America and having black-owned businesses only amongst and being able to sell to them.
So many people are pushing for segregation, but it's like the other side's pushing for it this time.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like, what's the fucking difference?
It's realistically the same side.
Right?
It is
What-
same motherfucking side for a different reason.
Me too. Is the fact that they're like, now people of color is the politically correct term. And I'm like, how is that any different?
You are taking away their identities.
Yes.
But how is that any different from switching those two words around?
Because if they're people of color, then they have the ability to say we are people of every spectrum of the rainbow. Whereas you call them colored people, you are taking away their ability to identify as a monolith. Because people of color is a monolith. We, the people of color. It's like a superhero team. Dun, da, 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 people of color!
Now I have to say that.
Fair enough.
If you think about it, when people use the term "colored people," you just think of like the uncanny, Mr. Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And then people of color, all splashed in color, in all the colors, and it's just becoming canny. Same fucking thing, just when it's more accepted.
Where's she going?
It's very fucking embarrassing. I hate
don't
it.
know, like, who is
Yeah,
the boss?
and you-
Who is the boss of like what's politically correct and what's not? Because back in the day, different shit was politically correct that is now considered,
Oh,
you know.
I can tell you exactly who that is.
Awful.
Black
And I'm
activist women.
I was about to say, it was like, who's standing there going, "No, it's this now,"
There-
and no, it's this now, and now it's this. And I'm not just talking about like politically correct for like calling different races, but politically
But I want you to
correct
think
for
about it.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to think about it. I want you to think about this, okay? If the black activist women are the bosses, who do they get to send out their message?
White women. White women and their white boyfriends and or husbands.
Yep.
Yes. Well,
Okay. Yeah.
See, you have to have the white ally that can worm their way in. It's the new Trojan horse. We call it the poison snake.
Rachel Dolezal and Talcum X, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. This next one is going to be more funny.
I was gonna say boobies.
Hang on.
The general caption I put on this one is "I can't ever touch a Republican again," and you'll see why.
Oh shit! You
accidentally made out with a pro-lifer.
I should have asked before.
What'd you get?
What?
That's what she gets.
Mary, frat boy, they're all pro-lifers.
I can't do that boy, they're pro-lifers. Oh, fucking hell.
What's wrong?
Wow.
I made out with a Republican.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Is this real crying?
Yes, she's actually very upset.
And you know the worst part? It's the one with the nice.
Hell.
Stop it.
No.
Just stop it. Get some
No.
help.
Well, I was saying that.
I
was saying
know.
it for my cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She needs to hear it though.
Right?
Oh god, she looks like she was trying to flirt.
That.
She's trying to psych herself up. Like in her nice bow tie fucking thigh highs, she's trying to be like, yes, you're tough. I'm stronger than those nice juicy Republican lips.
It's pissing me off because she's wearing those backwards. The bows are supposed to be on the backs.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't know that. This shows you how fucking brain dead they are. They don't even know to put the fucking talking bows on.
Thigh highs, right? What the fuck?
It's a nightmare when even the hoes don't know how to hoe correctly.
I was gonna say the dude that made out with her is the one that should be crying.
Yes, absolutely. Good God, it's like, oh my god.
Yes.
I don't know.
But you see, you have to keep in mind. You have to keep in mind, she's crying because she made out with a Republican, which means that she knows what the problem is. She's attracted to the enemy. Why didn't she make out with a leftist?
Because they have bigger boobs than she does.
All right.
Can we put her in the first ever Social Darwin Awards?
Yes.
Ooh.
Please make her the fucking middle clip, and make it the best shit ever, dude.
All right. Next one. I'm not fucking the oppressor if he doesn't do what I want.
Oh boy. There that voice.
See, I titled all of them to basically get the gist of what they were because there were so many of them that I couldn't remember what they were upset about.
You hear that, boys?
So, what the caption says from the fucking comment, what about no sex, or are we gonna be banned from crossing our legs? Ugh, I'm so mad about this whole thing.
Ready to take this fight into the bed.
And she's like, okay, women, are we ready to take the fight into the bedroom? Are you ready for the ability to not have sex anymore until you do what we want? Because this is something that's happened in the earlier part of the list.
Imagine not having sex to avoid abortions. Imagine.
Oh man, I can't imagine what that's like. I couldn't imagine what it's like not having vagina. Oh man, because
if I can't have an abortion, I'm not having sex.
And you know what? That's what people are thinking.
Fucking good.
The pain of most regular men, the moment they say good, it's just like, you just lost. You guys just lost. The men are just sitting there like, good.
Yeah, I mean, be like, good. I don't want you getting pregnant. Don't fucking close your legs. Damn. Don't fucking have sex.
You are giving them what they want, and you are getting nothing out of what you're doing. You may think it's a victory, but you lost.
See, it reminds me of this first one from early in the thread, where they're telling the people that they're going to make her boyfriend snip his balls before she ever touches her, and she was very specific to use flower emojis. Juicy coochie. This is the other side of the spectrum. This is the one that says, I'm going to make you get a vasectomy before you ever touch my pussy again. Then we're down here now, and we have, hey, black woman, we are going to work together and try to stop them from having the freedom of fucking, because I won't fuck them anymore. And this woman, not the white woman, the black woman, cuts in and says this shit.
Who is we? Because I'm not fucking the oppressor. I'm not having sex with somebody who's going against or voting against or speaking up against my best interest. So if that's what you're doing, baby, fuck your sister or your mother, from what I hear on Reddit. What?
Oh God.
Whoa. This is not the flex you thought it was going to be. You are not Chirac.
Chicago.
Name somewhere.
Chicago.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's why.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Y'all really want to culturally appropriate everything and think that you have the same power and prowess that the rest of us have. You don't. Because the rest of us do not sleep with people, do not cohort with people who go against our best interest. This is what we've been trying to tell y'all.
I don't believe anything this woman says out of her mouth.
When are y'all gonna get it? Instead of constantly just giving lip service.
See, I made sure to record that one by cutting it off because I couldn't stand any more of her. But we can tell that her opinion was going to be dog shit because she's a live, laugh, lover.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys,
yes, we
that's
are.
When
Evan.
the laugh track plays.
Stop that, Cookie. Stop it.
I know she's talking to her pet, but she's like, stop it, vagina, stop it.
No, I love it. Stop that, Cookie.
Saffron, do you want to make that your fucking entry to the goddamn filter? That's good. That's good. Oh, I gotta give myself a note to cut that out later. Anyways, this next one won't make sense if you see it out of context. She got a job for the government in business and finance for her local city municipality, but they're making her take a drug test so that they can be able to help manage her fucking premiums on her health care. And she won't be allowed to smoke copious amounts of weed and have copious amounts of party drugs and then have them cover her copay for her birth control. All right?
I mean...
Of course it's a leftist. Of course it's a leftist. That's why she says a super cool and apparently woke job. But I'll just let it play for itself, okay? So, let me be the first one to say that she has an unfortunate... So let's take the fact that she has an unfortunate case of Aaron Hansen.
Oh, no.
She has an unfortunate case of Aaron Hansen face. Which is to say, Aaron Hansen looks like a degenerate white woman.
No.
Oh, God.
Leave that man alone.
Oh, poor guy.
But why would you have a problem with being required to have drug testing when you get free healthcare? That's what you wanted. What's the problem?
Yeah, not only that, but the fact that like she's acting like that came out of left field, and it's like,
it's literally
bro,
part of
you
most
are
jobs.
it's part of being employed, my dude.
Like, you have to take a drug test, number one, to even be hired in the first place. Most places, they're not going to require it for you. So it's going to be stipulated that you may be tested at some point in the future. Nebulous kind of testing. A random bit of testing that is part of the entire corporation. This is for any Fortune 500. It's standard. But if you're talking about employment from you're getting hired from a temporary service, they'll piss test your ass before they send you on the work site.
Yeah, because
There's mandatory required.
Right, they usually assume that that's why you're going through a temp agency in the first place. Not gonna lie, but that's the way they act. The way they act is like you're going through a temp agency. Because you can't get a job otherwise, and that means you fucked up somewhere.
Really, honestly, down here in the South, people go through temporary agencies because it's more guaranteed to be work. They don't go through the backdoor rigmarole of, okay, I applied to your store, but your store manager has not reviewed my application. And rather than waiting for you to decide that you'll call me a year and a half later when I'm employed at another business, and they don't want to go through the awkward state of, hey, I applied here? Who do I talk to? Because down here, at least where I live in Georgia, there are businesses that have taken their employment kiosks out of the store. They've done this for Piggly Wiggly. They've done this especially for Winn-Dixie. They've done this. Technically, we still have someone in our side of town. They're the only ones that sell what we really need. Like, if I want to find a place that's properly selling a large quart size of chicken gizzards, I know where I need to go.
No, they don't even have these up here. It was weird to get used to like the local replacement of here.
Yes, Evan, how may I help you, my child?
Look at Voice General. Look at that.
I will in a moment.
Look at the feds. They just suck at their job now.
I will look at it in a moment. Okay. But down here, they've taken almost all of the employment kiosks that should exist for businesses to, hire people on the spot from the store. They don't even have the ability in the way that these big chains are run now. So, for example, Publix, Winn-Dixie, Walmart, and a couple of other chain stores like Aldi stores, and maybe a family-owned business that is signed up with what's called the Southeastern Grocers, which is a coalition of businesses that basically upkeep and the standard and quality of produce that they make. So they can't be able to sell you bad produce. So not like the reject greens that a farmer wasn't able to sell. And even then, sometimes, greens are greens. That's why you have to be able to go in there with a fucking shopping bag over your hand, sort through the greens, find the ones that are fucking eaten and chewed through by the caterpillars, make sure they don't have spiders still in them. This basic shit that you guys still should do, honestly.
Yeah.
Wait, we're supposed to do that?
Yes, you're supposed to do that.
Everything is online. Like, it doesn't seem to matter how small the business. They're like, our applications are online.
And it's always through a business site portal like Talent Reef. Talent Reef is like the biggest one. That's the ones that usually manage the fast food places. And ironically enough, they're almost always Darden properties. Darden is the people who make the steakhouse. I'm trying to remember exactly which one it is. But if you look up Darden, which I'm about to right now.
Okay, then you'll do it for us.
Yes.
All right. Oh, shit, it's 11.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I got about 15 minutes before I'm heading up.
I can't spell restaurant.
You can leave that in, like the cookie moment. You can leave it in. I don't care.
I can't spell restaurant, guys. I can't spell restaurants.
I know about the cockroaches.
Don't worry, neither can I. And I'm supposed to be an editor, so.
So I know for a fact that one restaurant is specifically Olive Garden, but their brands are Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, Cheddar Stretch Kitchen, The Capitol Grill, Yard House, Season 52, Bahama Breeze, and Eddie V's. All of these.
Two of those.
Like Cheddar
I know
Scratch
too.
Kitchen actually took over for one of the old buffet places we had here because they got closed down and they just took over and renovated it. So we have an Olive Gardens that's right down the street from the Cheddars, and then on the other side of town we have a Longhorn Steakhouse that's right behind a McDonald's, and like down the street from a Denny's. And then further down the street is a new Taco Bell, and then up the street ahead of it, underneath the bridge, is a hole-in-the-wall Waffle House. Connected to the back of what used to be a Badcock's Furniture and More store, but is now a 99-cent beauty supply hair store.
Huh.
And the food tastes exactly what you'd expect. The best place on that fucking line the streets, unironically, is the Waffle House.
Oh my god.
But
I have not been to a single Waffle House where I didn't walk in and immediately was just covered in grease just by existing.
See, that if it ain't dirty, that means ain't people been eating it. There's a reason.
Oh, when I got a sandwich and they were like, "Well, we could or got a salad, their version of salad one time." They're like, "We sprinkle cheese on it." I was like, "Meat."
Oh man, let me tell you about the fucking salad. Oh man,
fucking slice of Kraft. Like a Kraft slice of cheese and ripped it up and put it on.
So let me tell you about the cheese at a Waffle House, okay? They get prepackaged slices of cheddar that they have mass packaged. And the salad is actually separate bag salads of the oregano or the iceberg lettuce blend intermixed with cabbage red and trace elements of the same onions and the same normal toppings that go onto your sandwiches. Your jalapenos, your banana peppers, all of that. It is the laziest shit, but people still order and buy it. Please just buy salad from a normal supermarket.
Everybody wanted to go. Everybody wanted to go there because we were wasted and it was open.
Yes.
And when I was wasted, even though I was laughing at the fact that they just rip up a slice of cheese and that's the sprinkled cheese on top, that was the best fucking salad I ever had until I sobered up.
So, because like, if you had a server that was like myself, that server will be a person who has the rule, and it's a rule I've always had whenever I work anywhere in food service. I'm going to serve you this food like I'm serving myself. So if I said, "Sir, I want to buy a salad," I'd be like, "Absolutely. Would you like any of the fixings on it?" Yes. I will argue, and by argue I mean I will beg slightly. I will beg the relief manager, who's also the master grill cook, because the rockstar cook is the person who decides how things get done. The grill decides how the food is made. I can just dictate to them how your food was requested. I will argue to them, "Can I please dress this fucking person's salad up? I will pay for the extras and myself." And they will say yes. And I will I will shred your tomato, I will shred your cheese, I will sprinkle properly the portions of your onion, and I will then serve you this and make sure, "Do you want pepper, sir?" "Yes." And then do a little hand dance put some salt in between my gloves and right onto it, and then serve it to you. For a drunk person, it's like, "Damn, nigga, this is some gourmet shit."
It was like some gourmet shit where I was. The problem is, like, I also have there has never been a time that I have eaten at Waffle House and it not come back up the throat.
You
and
didn't come back for seconds the other way.
It didn't come back.
Yes.
And that's drunk or sober. The
Yeah.
first time it happened, I was a kid. They gave me expired chocolate milk. I fucking took a sip because I love me some chocolate milk. I took a sip and was like, bleh.
I've worked a bar shift once where a person ordered chocolate milk and then a jug of Sprite. Not a cup, a jug. They brought in a jug and paid for how much it would take to fill up that jug. They drank the milk because it was supposedly their version of a fucking hangover cure. They drank the milk, mixed it with some other fucking shit, went to the bathroom, vomited everywhere, came back out, chugged the Sprite, and then ate their food. I deadass looked at them and said, "I'm not cleaning the women's bathroom." Because of course it was a woman.
Of course that's their hangover cure. They're just like, "Look, we just throw up the rest of whatever still sitting in there, and then we're good." God. No, I was a kid, and I always associated waffles with feeling greasy and throwing up, and
I mean that cheesesteak is greasy as shit. All the injected meats, that shit's coming off the grill greasy, but it's gonna taste good going down.
Right?
Comes back up, it's gonna burn.
Yeah, it sucks coming back.
Now this one.
Breeze going in.
Now this next.
Breeze coming out.
Now this next one.
Motherfucker gonna pull an us on us.
Yes. Now this one was one that got retweeted by Poe because of course Poe didn't retweet any of the other ones except this one. But basically, this is something that we've joked about for years. That men have said, if you ever get that birth control going for men, it's gonna happen. I'm on the pill, so it ain't mine. But thanks for letting me know, baby. let the woman's reaction sell it.
I hate the internet so much because as soon as the news came out about marriage birth control getting the trials done, y'all put this up. You know what? When it does get FDA approved, y'all gonna be pulling this card.
You're damn right. Yeah. You're damn Skippy. You're damn Skippy, baby.
You know what happened? They gonna pull an us on us. I love it.
Now this one is a picture, and we're getting through them now. We have only technically 4 more. No, we have exactly 4 more video ones.
I don't think I can last.
We can get there. Now this one.
Well, are you sure? You're
yes.
Lady, you might be able to last.
Alright, hold up, ladies. This is a fabulous new chance to test your man. Text him and tell him, if Roe v. Wade overturns, I wouldn't feel comfortable having sex unless you have a vasectomy or we get married with a prenup, including an infidelity clause. This is a lot to stipulate, alright? And you're financially stable enough to take care of us in case I got pregnant. Let's see what happens. He will break up with you.
The thing is, vasectomy, most men would be like, I want to have kids. Some would be like, okay, prenup, a few more would drop off. And you're financially stable enough to take care of us in case I got pregnant. What?
So, like,
excuse me?
This is a bizarre way to lay out the request, because it's like, hey, babe, if Roe v. Wade got overturned, I wouldn't feel comfortable having sex because I don't know what would happen if I got pregnant. Because this is a fair concern to have if you're a person in a relationship and you don't know if your man is parent material. Which, counterpoint, side, let's step to the side here. If you don't know if you want to have a baby with them, it means you don't want their kids.
It's fair. This is also fair. Yes. If you're not sure, obviously, no, you don't. Wait until you're like, yes,
babies in this economy.
Right.
True.
But like, to go from, hey, I don't feel comfortable having sex with you, you should cut your balls off for me. Okay, I cut my balls off for you, baby. Can we have sex now? No, I don't feel like it. Also, you're ugly. Also, I'm cheating on you with the neighbor because I want to have his baby. So what do I do with my unstrung balls? What the fuck?
Maybe you could just juggle them around in your hand a little bit. It might be fun for you.
I despise women.
Damn.
Then you get married with a prenup including an infidelity clause. It's not men. Well, that would be a lie if I finished that sentence. It is not the majority of men that are committing the infidelity. It is women. But even
if you did a prenup with an infidelity clause, if it doesn't go both ways, it's no good. It's no good.
Off the table, absolutely. If it does not go both ways, off the fucking table, or it goes up your ass.
Yeah, exactly.
If I can't breed a woman, are you really a woman?
Thank you for that.
If I can't breed you, are you really a woman? I mean...
But then again, if you can breed a man, is it really a man?
Exactly. Only on Tuesdays with a coupon.
Only on Tuesdays.
That's a totally different cancellation.
Yes.
I'm probably already canceled.
And then the last one. If you're financially stable enough to take care of us. If
that's where the drop off absolutely is. If one man out of 10,000.
If he cares about you and the future that he would provide for said child, because there are plenty of men that are going to go through this rigmarole in their head. I'm gonna fucking create the scenario and the fucking simulation for you. If there are men that at this moment realized, oh no, there's a chance that I might be a dad, you will see a bunch of men step up and make shit possible. Because if they don't make the attempt to step up, then they ain't some shit men. The same thing applies to women. You actually have to try to support your man, because if you want to be able to make things possible, you're going to have to get behind them and assist them, not just moral support, but assist them in making the life that you want possible. So that means you help him and he helps you. Yeah, it's to be a partnership, because that's what it's supposed to fucking be in the first goddamn place. No princess shit, no prince shit, unless you're being treated by a cougar, then you are a boy tie, and you must play your position, motherfucker. But if this is not what you are doing, and you are a sweet little baby doll that's looking to that old man about what he's gonna do to take care of your children, if they ain't shit, they're going to try to take care of you. You might not have a life of luxury, but they will try to do right by you. This is where most of this would actually start. You have it backwards. It's, well, would you get a job to take care of us if we had a kid? Most likely they will, even if they're just flipping burgers. I mean, Ned could do it. You know, the movie star and the neo-Nazi that was dating a black woman. Yeah, he could probably do that.
Wait, because I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But one thing is, I will say this. Getting pregnant is not when you want to find this shit out, though.
No.
What kind of man's it is. Like, you really want to know that before you're pregnant. If he's going to be the kind of person to step up when you're pregnant, instead of waiting until you're knocked up to find out he's a piece of shit or not. Like, so I give it that. Like, I can understand wanting to know ahead of time, but putting it this particular way, especially going, if Roe versus Wade. So when you start right there, you're already going, if I can't kill our baby, you need to make some changes. It's a really fucked up way to say, you know, hey, so what are we thinking about kids? How do we feel about that? It's a really fucked up. It's a really fucked up way to say that.
In reference, why are you asking me about kids?
Yeah, are you asking?
Are you asking, do I like kids? Like in a more than platonic way? Because the answer is no.
Yeah, I get that. But yeah, like, so I can give down here where she's like, or you're financially stable enough to take care of us in case I got pregnant. I could understand wanting to know that, but like, that's something I'd want to know if I was like, all right, I'm gonna take my IUD out. Are you financially stable enough for me to do that? You know, it's. We still go back to there's contraceptive.
I gotta pull this thing out of my pussy. Hold up.
But note that they used and, not or. And it all goes in order, which means
all of that and yeah,
which means you're getting your nut cut. You are already unable to have kids.
Well, actually, it's unless you have a vasectomy or they have the marriage and the prenup, and he's financially stable. So they need all of that, or. He needs a vasectomy, or she needs to be able to kill babies.
Now I see. Now I see.
So
I would still say that the normal man that gets this ultimatum would be like, can I look over the prenup? No, I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, let's cut the deal then. Let's cut the deal. It's over.
I would still like, if I were a dude or in a dude's shoes, I think I would still cut and run as soon as if Roe versus Wade it overturns. I would feel uncomfortable having sex because I'd be like, excuse me. So you were fine. You were fine doing it with me when killing a baby was on the table. I would cut and run there because of that. But I got to cut and run in this show. I got to go.
Okay. Goodbye, Piper. We'll speak to you again soon.
Killing a baby is easier than making a baby.
I'm sorry I was so freaking loud.
It's okay.
Just gonna wrap your hands around its throat.
Whoa. I'm looking.
What?
Evan!
What the fuck?
Evan! That's not based. Bye-bye, Piper.
Put a pillow over its face.
What the fuck?
No.
Evan. Stop. No.
Man. I'm just being factual. It's a factual statement. Babies are easier to kill outside the womb.
But why?
I can't find the disconnect button. What the fuck? Where is it?
It's the big red one.
I don't have one.
Oh yeah, I've seen this tweet. I've seen this tweet. Holy fuck.
The button you're looking for to disconnect from the call is the fucking telephone feature. That one.
Yes, it's the red. This should be the red button or something.
The big red circle.
It might not be red for her. It's going to be gray.
It's not where I usually find. Oh, I'm connected on the wrong client. Okay, there it is. I need to look at the app. I'm sorry. There you go. Some comedy. Bye.
Later.
That was comedy?
Oh
God. Come on. It was accidental comedy.
Accidental comedy?
I am accidental comedy, so I should know what accidental comedy is.
I'm gonna play Moses.
I'm getting word from Jay about whether or not she's gonna be able to come back in. She had to help her sister.
Okay.
Oh, I get to talk to Jay.
She says probably not. She's still doing a thing and she's got to wash her hair.
Oh, okay.
Understandable. That's a lot of hair.
A lot of hair.
This tweet. This fucking tweet.
All right. This fucking tweet, guys.
Yeah, this fucking tweet, guys.
Now, you guys might have noticed that all of these different pictures I've been using for the thumbnail are actual pictures of me just finding unique, variated angles and ways to put my big fucking screen TV in front so I could have these for the thumbnail. But this one was actually the one I used for the first thumbnail for the very first Versus chat. This deranged tweet was deleted by a woman by the name of Joe Lushman, who said, "I would rather get an abortion than have a brown child being adopted by white evangelicals. This is not a kindness to children of the global majority. Give them to someone who will traumatize them with self and ancestral hatred. An abortion is an act of love." I'm ending
this bitch crazy.
I'm ending a life with peace and love, so that you do not get abused in the household of the evangelicals who can give you a better life. Because I do not want you to be confused about your history, Motumbo.
Let me just say, an abortion, in this instance that was just said, is about as much an act of love as rape is an act of mercy.
I mean, you can say that it's an act of self-love. She loves herself so much that she would rather not give birth to somebody else. I wouldn't say that it's a good like a self-love.
It seems
it's not
like
self-love at that point. It's fucking narcissism. Let's be honest.
Hey, look, Nick's back.
Yeah, I've been back for about 5 minutes.
I know.
Okay.
Now this next one, this is the lady that we made for the thumbnail, and this one, you just need to just watch.
Oh yeah, we talked about this.
But I chose to let you live. I chose to let her live. As in, I had a choice. All women should have a choice.
Do you realize what you just said? Killed. I cannot wrap my brain around this no matter how I look at it.
If you don't want to use the word kill, that's fine. If you want to use the word kill, that's fine. When you use hand sanitizer, you kill germs. I could have simply chosen to let you not exist. But I let you exist. I let you form past the zygote phase.
Is that better?
So yes,
This is like a fucking serial killer.
If you want to get an abortion, get
I
an
don't like
abortion.
this
If you
woman.
don't want to get an abortion,
This woman would probably like kill her own children and say it's justified.
I like how she decides to start this, and she, at least, better than most of them, at least blurred her titties. Because I wouldn't have used this if she didn't blur it.
Yeah, this is true.
But
this would have gotten so much.
You don't enjoy the Tana Mama grind?
No, I do not. Because you see, the Tana Mama grind is where a white woman pets her fucking baby's face like it's an evil cat during their monologue with Austin Powers. Why?
Yeah, it's not a child, it's an accessory.
Like, even, look at the baby's face! The baby's like, bitch, stop it! Stop touching my head! Stop it!
Slightly discomforting.
This is white women doing this to their children is basically like a step before the Fed school shooter op starts. Because you know this child's going to be fucked in the head.
This kid's gonna see multiple pictures of themselves growing up and
The
be like,
federal agents are watching like, this is
mama.
gonna be a good child.
Like,
for us
no,
to
mama,
use.
no, I can't do this no more. And the Fed's gonna be there like, good. And then they're gonna send a woman to socially breed him like Jank. And then the next thing you know, another school shooter. But this time they'll be like, listen, guys, listen. Yes, he was on our radar, but this time we didn't do this shit. No, that's that bitch's fault.
Well, now, the kid could either be on a registry, be it felonious, domestic violence, what have you, or he could finally say, Mom, you are fucking nuts. I am fucking gone. Goodbye. And actually just wash all that away. It's going to scar him for a while, work through it for a while, but in the end, he could get through it.
if he doesn't wind up being a felon of some sort.
I feel like
this bitch is not going to keep a man. Come on.
I feel like the FBI might be indentured to create a fund to ensure that children like this that will grow up in very obviously emotionally abusive homes will have a thick, fat, black alternative goth girl waiting on them. Because this white boy is gonna need it. Or girl. I'm assuming it's a boy.
No, she said it was a girl in the...
Okay. Still, we're gonna have a fat-ass, black, goth alternative chick waiting for this girl because god damn! God damn!
She gonna need it.
They gonna need it.
Yeah, damn sure.
Happy Pride, everyone!
Formed past the zygote phase. Is that better? So yes, I realize what I just said, and I stand by it. If you want to get an abortion, get an abortion. If you don't want to get an abortion, don't get an abortion, but don't try to oppress my rights.
My right to pet my fucking child's face like a cat.
Be an evil fucking psychopath.
What about the baby's right?
Exactly.
Well, technically, the baby doesn't have rights until it's 18.
All right, everyone. All right, everyone. We only have 3 more.
Rights.
We only have 3 more. And then the next stream can be just covering the bonus meme.
All right. I'm gonna have to get off the call.
All right,
but I will still be in the voice chat.
Okay.
I'll still be in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for making it a parent's rifle, Parrot.
Yep. Nice to finally talk with you guys.
Everybody say bye to Rifle. Bye, Rifle.
Bye, Rifle.
Later, dudes.
Bye-bye.
Also, I did notice you, Fatal Crest. I saw exactly when you came in.
Huh.
Fatal's in the chat.
White men, Republicans don't represent.
There's not anything wrong with your audio. That is literally how the audio is spliced in. This, I don't have a caption for this one. This is Denisha Carter. Everybody pretty much knows who this is. And this is Aviv Braun. This is a known Indian feminist. The original term, feminist. And they're reacting to the shit that this white woman is saying in the mirror of her apartment.
White men, Republicans don't represent you. But rhetorically, Republicans are amazing at turning women, poor people, and marginalized groups against each other. They turn poor white working class men against BPOC by saying they would steal their job. They turn white mothers against the LGBTQIA+ community.
There's nothing that I think is more American than watching a white woman express her soft bigotry of low expectations during a time of political crisis. I knew the second that this case broke that there would be an immediate blame game. There would be videos like this one.
So to all you dumb fucks who sat on the sidelines or voted third party, this is what happened?
So I'm here to tell you, the reason what is happening. The reason there is a war on your privacy right, which, by the way, the ruling of this case has much more to do with just abortion, is not because of people who voted third party. We have this system called a winner-takes-all electoral college system. It doesn't work like that. And it sure as hell is not because minority voters were manipulated by white Republicans. It is because of one thing. Say it with me. The absolute, immutable incompetence of the Democratic Party. There is no one else to blame. The Democrats have had decades to codify this into law. For 4 months in the Obama presidency, when there was a senatorial supermajority, where a motion for cloture could be possible to end any possible filibuster, did they do shit about it? Absolutely not. Now, when it's far too late, the only thing you'll hear Democrats say is how we need to codify this into law. But there's a solution that they won't talk about. In fact, I will bet you that this will not even hit the floor of Congress. Expanding the court. Even if Congress were to pass a bill right now, right here, that gave abortion rights to every single woman in the United States, the Supreme Court has a special little thing in its back pocket. It's called judicial review. See Marbury v. Madison. But there's nothing in the Constitution that limits the number of justices you can have. Regardless of your political beliefs, one thing is true. Democrats suck at playing the game of politics. And when something like this happens, you'll see people like the creator I originally stitched blame everyone but their own incompetent party. They will propose the worst solutions for the worst problem that they could have prevented decades ago, and then they will try to act like the good guys.
One criticism. Given the number of times the Democrats have consistently over and over and over refused to fix the problem, it seems like that's not a mistake. That seems intentional.
I believe if I was to take the accreditation in the opinion of Tarl, Sticks Hexenhammer 666, essentially, the Democratic Party refuses to make a decision between trying to court the opinion of leftists. Basically, it's a mirror of exactly what's happening right now at Vosh. Trying to appeal to the crazies of the far left and leaving behind the base of the moderates and even, I would say, the social progressive lefties, but not the crazy woke activistic lefties, is putting them in a position where the minority vote that they have inculcated themselves on does not want to be with them because they are not in favor of what is better for those minority groups because they're being explicitly against the thing that particularly happens to be with a base. So the black vote is right out the window because if you don't vote Biden, you ain't black. The Spanish-speaking population, Mexicans, Cubans, native-born Spaniards that have immigrated to the country to be closer to their family, the kind of people that are running the intergenerational bodegas, running the intergenerational dive bars that make the best fucking Mexican food in the city, at least here where I live. Those individuals don't want to vote for you because you are voting for communism. And these motherfuckers remember what happened in Cuba with Fidel Castro, and they don't want to go back to living like they did in Colombia, where they could get arrested every single fucking moment by the police that may be in with the fucking drug cartel and then get trafficked as human cargo. You're losing the vote of, realistically, and this is very important, the white Latino, not the white and the Latino, the white Latino, the Shakira population of voters. Because now because they've been part of the white demographic because they've been white passing. You know, white enough to look like they're old, but then Spanish enough to be clear that your father's brother's name is Fernandez, not Frankie. They have the ability of invoking this at any one point in time and calling themselves spicy whites so that they can get their laws broken through because they're white enough to pass as white, so they're listened to, but they're also Mexican, Latino, Spanish enough to be able to translate for their darker-skinned cousins. You're gonna lose the Texan-born Mexican, because they're a very special kind of immigrated Mexican. They live in a place where they get to see the border crisis in real time, and you're ignoring that border crisis, because remember, kids, we didn't stop having kids in cages, we just stopped covering them. These kids, and those families that those kids belong to, and the families of the families that those kids were trying to escape the border from, because MS-13 is a real thing, and the Spanish government is corrupt as I'll get the fuck out. They live in the states where they want to have the same American dream as everybody else, and they're working twice as fucking hard, but they're witnessing how you're trying to extend amnesty from amnesty to, hey, yo, let me pay you under the table, but never give you the human rights that you deserve, and then let you dangle those human rights in front of you as a way to keep you silent and accepting less than the pay that you should be accepting, as in accepting less than the fucking federal minimum wage that people so very stringently want them to have. All of those demographics and every other demographic that I'm not going to cover here, because there's too many of them. There are too many factors, but pretty much consider your own scenario, listener and viewer, who's seeing this now or in the future when you watch later. Consider your own demographic and whether or not you think that you're going to live and build and also vote for the Democratic Party as it exists in its current form and function at this time and date on June the 4th of 2022. That is the same conclusion everybody else is coming to. That's why they're losing the vote. That's why they're terrified of the blue wave that would happen in the midterms. It doesn't matter even if they win every single seat, they're going to lose enough seats that they will lose control of hegemonic power in the states where it matters. They're terrified of that vote so much that they blame everything else other than the reason that is the fault, and that's the incompetency of the people who are the mouths, the mouthpieces, and the faces of the Democratic Party. Whether you concede that is just Biden on its whole, the administration of Biden, which means no-show Kamala, who's never been doing a single thing that she's supposed to do in the news media. You ain't seen her nowhere. Not on a goddamn thing. And that's what she should do if she wants to remain votable, because she's not being associated with the headlines. Names and faces, everybody. Names and faces. She's not being seen anywhere, so you can't blame her, part of it. It's Biden that's making the press conferences. It's Biden that's talking on the screen. So they're going to associate with him, but more importantly, not just her, but the rest of the cabinet. None of them know where to be fucking seen. If they blame just the policies of the party, well, of course the policies of the party don't fucking work. They're made by white, fucking West Coast living liberals that think that they should have the right to vote, and not just West Coast, but also East Coast. Looking at you too, fucking New York City. West Coast and East Coast liberals that believe that because they have the higher population density focused in their shit-run state, that they should get the right to vote for and over you and supersede you. But at the same time, they can't name the state that their particular whey growth smoothie gets the materials and ingredients from. Those behaviors, those habits, those spending policies, and that advocation of over there politicking is what results in that incompetency. And rather than recognize that incompetency and take a choice, either go full left or stop courting the left and come back to Moderateville, they are stuck between this rock and a non-existent hard place. And they can't pick because they want both at the same time. And people are saying that it's incompetent, and they just don't want to make that choice. So people are saying, all right, fuck you, we're going over here. So that's how you get the I didn't leave the left left me kind of rhetoric. That's how you get the walk away movement. That's how you get all those things. It's people saying, fuck this, I'm out of here, I know what the fucking happened. And they're dipping the fuck out and not waiting to see the writing on the wall. And by the time the writing is on the wall, all those people who still want to be with the supportive Democratic Party will be like, well, it's only a little bit of communism. Just a tad, just a touch. It's just all bad. It's all bad. It's all fucked for any person who doesn't have the ability to believe politically on top of it, which is most people. So even then, it's not even a case of, well, the policies are bad, well, then the behaviors are bad, well, the party leaders are bad. No, everything is bad. It's take your pick. What's the worst one? Bidenomics? Bidenflation? The governmental overreach? Lockdown enthusia? Never-ending COVID? Long COVID? What policy do you want? COVID-3, honestly. COVID-3, return of the cough.
Well, it's like monkeypox now, you know.
Monkeypox, being treated with the exact same COVID vaccines that you guys put in the trash can. Gotta get that out there. There's some good money in there. It doesn't matter what it is. It's all shit. And nobody wants it. But it doesn't matter. They're gonna make you take it.
Hey, Carl.
Yes. Hi, Chris.
Oh, I just wanted to point out that it's funny that you say all this, and then you realize that a whole extra part of it is that the freaking communities and locally ran Democratic parties are hella corrupt. That's the reason why they keep manipulating census data and voting stuff, so that they can completely avoid accountability of not being the favorite party in their cities.
Yes, that was actually something that was dropped within the last month too. I forgot exactly what person covered it, but it's information that everybody can be able to find if you look for it. Census data is showing that the polls are overpolled for blue and underrepresented polled for red. There are multiple inner city and multiple county kind of data sheets that are showing that the collection data is being skewed, that actually the minorities that are not being heard are being censored out of the data because they don't want them to be recognized and represented, because if they were, we would know for a fact that the data's bullshit. And the people who don't like that news are the same people who are telling you don't vote blue no matter who. It's a very funny scenario. We're going to see it come to a head in 2022 at the midterms, but some people are tuned the fuck out until 2024, which, again, I don't know how many people need to hear it, but here's your civics lesson for this stream. Please go vote in local elections if you care to. You should vote anyways. It's your civic duty, but should you wish to abdicate your duty, I don't blame you. But if you do want to vote, vote locally. See, this is something that actually was supposed to come up on the stream with counterpoints. Somebody on TikTok challenged me about this, and I was talking to some of you guys about this last night when we were supposed to have the manifesto then. But Somebody argued with me telling me that no, Carl, having local sheriff police is not going to help solve problems because we need to abolish all police. Okay? Here's a simple lesson that I can teach you guys about Metropolitan Police Force. Yes, the Metro Police are not there to protect you. They're there to enforce the law. That's why they're called law enforcement officers. But sheriffs? County sheriffs? That's a social worker with a gun. They are the ones that handle civil cases, which are magistrate, probate, and supreme local courts. They're the ones that are serving... Shut up. They're the ones that are serving... There's a reason I have to tell you shit. This is very important details. If you don't know anything else about law enforcement, you're going to learn this. They're the ones that serve your orders from the supreme magistrate and probate courts for your driver license restrictions, for your DV constrictions when it comes to domestic violence. They're the ones that work with places like, and I have a card for one of them right here, for Hope Harbor. They're the ones that work with Hope Harbor for protective orders for domestic violence, both for men and women. Especially if you have a backed up system that we have here where you have to write out an email and have a call and call them and say, can you explain the reasons why you would need to have this so you can get your information, so you can give the email that then allows you to set up the date for your domestic violence case to get your protective orders. They're the ones that handle your eviction notices, and they're the ones that will be called upon from the police if there is not a criminal matter happening. So let's say you have a scenario like mine, where you have a family member of the family that technically is a resident of the home that is defined that your street address is the location of their street address and also the business they're illegally running from your business of residence. They are the ones that are going to be called because the police will call on the sheriffs and say, this is not a criminal case, we're not having anyone to arrest. So if someone is breaking into your property and they're no one of a relation to you and it's a criminal on your property, yes, the police would be called. But again, when the police need to be there, when seconds matter, they're minutes away. But more importantly, if it's a civil issue, it is going to be the sheriff that will show up. And the sheriff is a duly elected official. The duly elected official, if they were to fuck up and fail like they did in Texas in Uvalde, they're not getting reelected. Okay? So, if you get rid of the Metro cops, you're going to need to train more sheriffs. Because that sheriff is the same sheriff that you might recognize at your court case when you have to take the witness stand. If you want to do things right, if you want to abolish things, if you want to get these things you're asking for, get more of them. Because if you say abolish everything, you're not going to get a replacement unless you have citizen revolts already in progress. We call those Crips, ladies and gentlemen. Or you get Antifa super soldier squadrons that are going to be policing your uniforms and policing your university streets with their ideas and opinions because they're already doing it. They've been doing it for a while. Just not in any of the more local places, like, say, Chicago. No, you still got shitty fucking corrupt police forces doing that. But in places like Washington, Oregon, yeah, they got them on the streets. Down here, we have neighbors. Neighbors with guns. Because we like our guns. And those same neighbors will bake you a nice casserole. Shit works. I got one that lives behind my house. I can go over the street, go over him like I'm a fucking neighbor on home improvement and ask for anything. It's great. We can't get that if you don't understand that. Alright? There's your civics lesson. Now we got two more. Two more, everybody. Anybody, before we move on, anybody have anything to say to that?
Oh, I just wanted to point out the fact that the Democratic Party is severely incompetent. Simply because they make they push the flyover state narrative, and it's hilarious that they do that when the flyover states weren't super red until recently. Mm-hmm. It's one of those things where you alienate your, like, they do this with everything they do. They alienate some of their bases and then make it so they have to be corrupt to get any.
It's bizarre because they do that all the time, and they've been doing especially with the Black Caucus. I say Black Caucus because I'm talking about the actual voting power of the Black American. I shouldn't really say Black American, I say African American, because there are some people who would be like, does he mean African Americans or Black folks? The entirety of the demographic. Even if you don't identify or agree with one another. They will do this. Or they will say, we're speaking for you, but then they have to do corrupt shit to get the things they want pushed through anyways. And even though there are people who cheer that corrupt shit on, at the end of the day, they don't even know who their fucking constituents are. I can tell you that for a fact. They don't know who you are. They don't care. They don't respond to your emails. They're too busy smoozing and boozing and smoking coke off each other's asses. Anyone else?
No. Bad.
No, I suppose not. Alright, second to last one. There's an exceptional level of women feeding into the forcing us to replace them. This is another one of those from earlier, along with all those other white women. It's also ironic that it's white women. Why is it white women pushing this narrative? There are some black women who did it too. Like,
they want to be bred.
Easily manipulated.
They want to be bred.
They want to be bred.
I did.
A real woman.
I looked it up. I have fallen way down this rabbit hole. So basically, humans are in a global crisis of depopulation. We aren't having enough babies. This isn't just about replacing the workforce, although that's a significant factor. It's about preventing humanity's ultimate demise. So it makes sense for governments to care about the birth issue.
Skeleton clipboard
in a
used
global
on
economy
Halloween.
that's dependent on economic growth, the capital streams to the countries with higher fertility. So what's causing this? Is it feminism, decline of family values, abortion? It's not that simple. In fact, evidence seems to suggest that birth rate suffers most in economies that reserve their benefits for the people that choose not to have children, and actually greatly disadvantage the people that do. So how are we going to solve this? Well, on the one hand, we could make it easier to have babies by instituting policies that would support, or at the very least, not severely disadvantage the people having those babies. Or we can just force people to have babies.
I mean, I don't see that happening to rich people, so there's one problem. But the second problem is that is actually a fair point. However, that would be limiting the fact that you said the world populace, not a state populace, like a country of the United States. The United States is facing this, but it's depending on where you're talking about. New York City, yeah, they probably got a whole bunch of people who had some COVID babies, but the majority of people who also are having COVID babies were probably people who have the ability to take care of those COVID babies. Everybody else, they were probably not fucking anybody except for that one feminist who was fucking her roommate. I remember reading that one on the podcast a while back.
Oh, that's funny.
But the majority of people are not having these COVID kids, okay? So the people who aren't having those kids, they're already dealing with the problem of the economic finance of trying to feed themselves and knowing what they're going to eat for dinner the next day. Not necessarily just figuring out what are you and your girl going to do now that you have a baby on the way. As far as countries in global panic, I don't think China's struggling. They're welding people into their buildings. They have people to spare. The economic center there is part of the reason why they can do that. They try to paint up what is good and what is bad, and then they try to limit those opinions. But at the same time, they'll have people like Naomi Wu telling you, guys, don't worry, there's nothing wrong going on here. But then she'll get censored randomly, and you know, the Asian woman with big tits said it, so it must be true. There's that going on. But every country is experiencing the same thing. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. Canada's definitely having a struggle, but that's because you have a tyrant Trudeau. I'm sorry, you hired Fidel, you re-elected Fidel Castro's possibly illegitimate son. So like,
possibly, have you seen that fucking nose?
Possibly.
Possibly. He is Fidel Castro's master, you know.
I will neither confirm nor deny on air. But yeah, I don't believe it's a global crisis. I believe it's a first world crisis. Because the third world doesn't have control of their fucking birth control. And we don't talk about the caliphate states, but I don't think you want to know what they do to unwanted children. It's the same thing they do to women that they believe have done wrong in the eyes of God. Stones. Lots and lots of stones. Lots and lots of stones. And they are not cooking soup with them. They are not cooking soup with them. You know, Habibi is not getting free lessons on gravity so he can go to astronaut school. Let me just say that. Alright, last one. Last one, everyone.
Pet peeves of all of the reproductive rights discussion. No hate to this particular commenter, but this is one of my biggest pet peeves of all of the reproductive rights discussions.
If the Dems wanted it protected, they would have codified it. They would have wanted to be a perpetual talking point. This benefits them. This is a true point, but that is not what codified means, and that lady will explain.
First and foremost, codify seems to be the brand new buzzword on TikTok and other social media platforms, and it just means to pass a law. It just means to make legislation in Congress. It for damn sure isn't stronger than a Supreme Court precedent. And as a matter of fact, the Supreme Court could come along after Congress passes a law and rule it as unconstitutional and overturn it anyways. And if Democrats do manage to pass legislation legalizing abortion nationwide, I hope that's exactly what the hell happens. I want the Supreme Court to be able to come in and rule that as unconstitutional and overturn that law. Because if it's constitutional for Democrats to legislate in that direction, it will be constitutional for Republicans to come through and legislate in the opposite direction. And we all know that this Congress is flaky, flipping from red to blue, red to blue. And to me, having abortion outlawed in 50 states is way worse than having it outlawed in 26. So I'm always on board for criticizing some politicians. But to say that if they wanted to protect it, they would have codified it, doesn't make much sense. The strongest way to protect it was to appoint liberal Supreme Court justices and get it recognized as a constitutional right. Which is what they did. Like, everybody's looking at codifying as like this magic loophole. It ain't it, y'all.
I had to make sure that the thread ended on a banger. Now we've done it, everyone. We've made it! We've made it!
We did it! We did it! We did it! Yay!
Now,
I can't wait. I didn't do anything.
You were here. You were here. That's all that matters. You were here. Now,
I did 20 push-ups.
The time is now 11:47. So now that we have gotten through this stream, the next stream will be a fun stream. We're gonna get to do something really fun, but I'm not gonna tell y'all what it is. Y'all are just gonna have to watch and be surprised, okay? But people who pay attention to the thumbnail, you're probably gonna figure out really quick what we're gonna be doing, okay? All right. So before we sign off for tonight, is there anything else that anybody wanted to mention? Like any opinions that somebody didn't want to get in, because this is going to be your moment for small bonus meme. I suppose not. This has been a big chunker. I think in total this is about 16 hours of degenerate brain damage that I've put y'all through. Y'all been good boys and girls. Thank you for coming along for the ride. You're welcome, son. And I will be seeing y'all tomorrow. No, never.
Okay.
So I'll be seeing y'all next week on Friday?
Yes, sir.
Friday
at 3 p.m.
That's how early I get off.
We'll be seeing at Friday 3 p.m. for bonus meme. And then that week after next, we will be moving to another topic. Thank you for everybody who has come through on the stream. If you wish to support the show, there are multitudes of ways in which you can do so. You will find many of them in the description bar down below. You can be able to donate on Ko-fi. You can be able to pledge on Subscribestar and also give one-time donations on Subscribestar. If you wish to be able to support my editors and myself, you can be able to leave a subscription on your Twitch subs on Twitch. You can also be able to become a new sub on Twitch. The button's also linked down below. And if you also want to be able to support the show in ways that do not require a legal binding obligation of giving me your body, you can always be able to come by and watch the show. We are going to try to aim concurrently for a frequent start time of 3 p.m. unless we have to make a change for a guest. But we are going to try to keep it 3 p.m. on whatever day the show happens to go live. I want to try to aim for Fridays, but considerations have to be made, so keep that in mind there. Thank you for every single person who comes by the stream. I appreciate all you equally. And for myself, the chat, for my guests, Jay Longbone, and also for Piper, and for myself, I am SinglePlayerCarl. And this has been Versus Chat. Thank you, everybody. I hope y'all have a good night. I hope y'all love each other just as much as you should love yourselves. Good night, everybody! Hit the music, Jack!
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, keep it fresh and keep it funky. I'll see y'all soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
fucking slapping and clapping.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.